The story begins in a medieval courthouse, a giant stone palace that resembles a cross between a fortress and a majestic Catholic church. It was a very clear and sunny day. The sunbeams played in the window panes and sent sunbeams onto the statue of Themis, the goddess of justice. But at least one woman named Lenya Zenoff did not care about this beauty because she was on trial. A beautiful young blonde, in a blue dress, knelt before the merciless judges, listening to the terrible accusation of murdering a certain Clovis Zenoff. One of the judges, a gray-haired and gray-bearded old man, flashing his glasses, declares that the court considers the murder of one's own husband to be a very serious and unforgivable crime. There could be only one just punishment for such an offense: the death penalty, which the man announced to the entire hall, deafening it with the sound of a wooden hammer. The main character looked at this in despair, with tears in her azure eyes. The poor girl simply could not fully comprehend that what was happening was not a protracted nightmare. Numerous spectators, witnesses, and stands applauded, as if it was not a question of deciding the fate of another person, but of some extremely interesting performance. The claps were at first timid and isolated, but with each passing second, there were more and more of them. Young noble girls and elderly aristocrats, mustachioed warriors, and young clerics, they all applauded the verdict. A tear rolled down the poor girl's face. She felt like a cornered prey, a miserable, helpless victim given over to be slaughtered by cruel people. She lunged forward, desperate to convince the officials to reconsider their verdict. But a man's hand, in a military glove, grabbed the woman, roughly holding her in place. The men in metal armor dragged the blonde towards the exit, but she continued to struggle, screaming and begging the judges to listen to her, again giving her one last chance. The protagonist screamed that she was completely innocent. She did not kill her beloved husband and could swear to this on anything but those around her only whispered. Thanks to the rush of adrenaline, the fragile body of the main character awakened remarkable strength. With one sharp movement, she managed to escape from the clutches of the guards. Falling to her knees and looking at the judges with pleading eyes, Lenya Zenoff explained that her husband had died the day before a certain meeting after eating chocolate she had given him. Here, the readers are shown how it happened from the outside. One evening, the protagonist enthusiastically ran up to a man standing by a large window, offering him a present. The girl opened the box, showing off a variety of very appetizing-looking candies. Their entire appearance literally screamed, "Come on, put me in your mouth and enjoy the amazing taste." Zenoff really wanted her husband to try and appreciate such a delicacy, and she looked so happy and sweet that she looked more like a child. The brunette in expensive clothes with furs sighed barely audibly. Perhaps he would have liked to refuse his beloved, but simply did not find the moral strength to do so. So the man instead smiled broadly and playfully asked if it was really chocolate when Lenya handed him a candy from the box. Carefully intercepting her hand, Clovis admitted that before this, the first and last time he tried chocolate was as a child, and he didn't like the taste. It was too sweet. However, if his dear wife insists, then Zenoff, of course, will not refuse her. And what happened next made the girl's eyes bulge and blush deeply from embarrassment. Instead of simply eating the candy and returning to contemplating the snowfall around the corner, the brunette erotically licked the main character's finger, licking off the remains of chocolate. The protagonist couldn't resist and looked away quietly, muttering that licking her finger was unnecessary, but her husband only chuckled, enjoying the playful atmosphere. He touched Lenya's face with his hand, prompting her to turn to him again. And the girl asked quietly, "Aren't you ashamed of this, Clovis?" Instead of answering, the brunette kissed his wife. And just in time, an explosion of fireworks was heard outside the window, in the lights of which the heroes looked especially romantic and touching. Like wonderful flowers, fireworks bloomed in the night sky, delighting the eyes of celebrants regardless of their social status. And no one could predict the tragedy that would end it all. Numerous guests had gathered at the estate and were dancing around when something terrible happened. The recently healthy and carefree Clovis collapsed unconscious. The protagonist fussed around her husband, trying to help him somehow, but to no avail. The chocolate turned out to be poisoned, and the young nobleman vomited blood terribly. Crying, the main character desperately begged her husband to open his eyes and get well, but to no avail. The brunette quickly turned pale, and he was only getting worse with each passing second. Desperately overcoming the hellish pain, the aristocrat tried to tell his wife something, but his words were so quiet and indistinct that the crying girl could not make them out. And so, the festive evening ended. Under the light of fireworks, Clovis Zenoff died on the floor, covered in blood, while the inconsolable Lenya continued to sob next to his body. These memories were so tragic and unpleasant that the protagonist burst into tears right in the courtroom. She no longer cared what they thought of her, but the judge rudely interrupted the blonde. The old man in glasses was not at all moved by this story. Looking at the defendant with a mixture of contempt and anger, he declared that a person sentenced to death had no right to mercy. The main character stopped crying and silently stared at this man, and there was shock in her gaze, as if she could not imagine how one could be so heartless. After some time, the weather changed completely. The sun hid behind huge gray clouds, which brought down billions of snowflakes onto the sublunary world. The girl found herself in a cell, forced to wait for the executioner to call her to the chopping block. But for now, Lenya was left alone, allowing her to rethink her life one last time. The main character's only guest was a woman with blonde hair, wearing an expensive green dress. But she not only did not intend to sympathize with the prisoner, but also insulted her. Like a teacher tired of explaining the obvious to a dull student, the lady in green asked, hadn't she explained 1,000 times how important this marriage union was? Looking at the widow cowering on the floor, the visitor grimaced with disdain and reminded her that the heroine had sworn to love Clovis, who seemed to have very strong and sincere feelings for her. As it turned out, Lenya even became pregnant, although she didn't have time to grow a belly. But the woman in the dress was terribly outraged that in such a situation she dared to commit a crime. In the end, the red-eyed guest turned around and was about to leave, leaving the protagonist to her fate. But at the last moment, she asked her mother to stay. As it turned out, the girl had no intention of begging for help or pouring out her soul. Instead, she squeezed the prison bars with force, wanting to ask her relative one question. When the protagonist said these words, the older blonde stopped for a moment, because the wife of the late Clovis asked who sent the box of poisoned chocolate. Lenya's mother turned around, but said nothing, although it was not necessary. Her predatory triumphant grin, revealing a row of white teeth, spoke louder than any words. The main character clutched the bars so tightly that her fingers turned white, and her face reflected almost the same horror as at the moment of her lover's death. Such a betrayal would have been a terrible blow for anyone. Meanwhile, outside the window, the ice storm continued. It was only gaining strength, covering everything around with a thick white layer of snow, but it could not reach the people in the houses. As it turns out, from a short flashback, the protagonist did hear the last words of her lover. With his last breath, Clovis begged the blonde to fulfill one of his requests. Now remembering this, and realizing that her close relative decided to get rid of both spouses and their unborn grandson, the unfortunate Lenya curled up in a fetal position. In his final request, the brunette wished that if he and the blonde were destined to one day find a second life, then let them have the opportunity to meet again. The main character cried bitterly, longing for her deceased husband and cursing herself in every way. After all, if she had not given that damned chocolate, then no tragedy would have happened in the end. Although the girl understood in her mind that the true reason for what had happened was Roanna Clovis's treacherous and unprincipled mother, her heart was still torn apart by grief and self-hatred. Meanwhile, the prison gates opened, letting in a visitor. It turned out to be a guard who had come for Lenya because the time had come for her death sentence. While the man walked slowly along the corridor, as if deliberately delaying the terrible reprisal, the main character continued to reflect on the fact that this would not have happened if she had not fallen in love with Clovis. But the guard's walk could not continue for long, and eventually he reached the desired cell, after which he knocked hard on the bars, trying to attract the attention of the prisoner. At first, the guard began to read out the standard speech about how it was time to carry out the sentence, and the girl should follow him. But then the guy took a good look at the contents of the dungeon, and his mouth dropped open in shock like a fish pulled ashore. As it turned out, Lenya Zenov decided not to wait for the axe to fall on her neck. Instead, she stabbed herself with a dagger that appeared out of nowhere, leaving the officials with nothing. The prison guards suffered the most blows from their superiors. They were obliged to ensure that the prisoners did not have weapons, and the appearance of a knife was truly mystical for them. In a completely different place and time, a girl in a classic black and white maid uniform opened giant burgundy curtains, letting sunlight into the room. Unlike the days that had passed at the time of the Zenov couple's death, it was late spring or summer outside the window. The trees were blooming and green, and the sky was very clear and bright. The sun was so bright that the maid even had to cover herself a little with her hand, but she was still very happy because finally that day had come. Having finished tidying up this room, the maid carefully entered another one, very spacious and luxuriously furnished, belonging to Princess Lenya. The sleeping blonde only closed her eyelids tighter. She was still seeing sweet dreams and had no desire at all to tear herself away from them for anything. Alas, she was left with no choice. The maid, although she apologized for the noise, still continued to wake up her mistress because it's not every day that princesses turn 18, and it finally had an effect. Upon hearing about the birthday, the protagonist opened her eyes in shock, the color of which was very reminiscent of clear spring lakes. On a huge scarlet bed lay the main character, already familiar to the audience. Still coming to her senses, she was trying to comprehend what the servant had just said. And the naive girl, not suspecting that her words had the effect of a bomb exploding on the Tsar's daughter, congratulated her on the fact that the time of coming of age had arrived. The narrator takes the floor. He describes Princess Lenya Alisdebi, the only daughter of the rulers of the kingdom of Pontian, famous for her incredible, almost inhuman beauty. It would seem that this girl was lucky to be born in incredibly fortunate circumstances. She could have received everything that was possible. But it so happened that on the day of her 18th birthday, she drove the prince crazy. This incident was an incredibly fruitful topic for gossip among high-born gossips. Whispering and hiding behind fans, they sorted out one rumor after another. Some of these stories were so fantastic, such as the one about the possessed Alisdebi cutting up all the garden roses, that even the gossips themselves doubted whether they were just fairy tales. Some doubted whether the main character was really crazy. After all, with such an appearance, it is very easy to get a whole battalion of evil-tongued, envious people. However, some people had no intention of sympathizing with the poor girl at all. Some noblewomen found it fair that she had earned trouble for her careless boasting. For envious girls who weren't lucky enough to be born with golden hair, blue-green eyes, and a curvy figure, it warmed their hearts to know that even more beautiful people could have it much harder than they did. While discussing all this, several noblewomen had a small tea party in the garden. They fanned themselves to drive away the summer heat and quietly giggled as they discussed particularly sweet rumors. After this, the focus of the narrative shifts to a stern-looking girl in transparent glasses. She told Duke Clovis that it would probably be better to look for someone else. She reminded the gentleman that it was absolutely forbidden to marry a crazy woman. But the brunette sitting at the business table only clarified about these rumors. Looking at the folder with reports, the bespectacled girl was forced to admit that her damaged psyche had not affected Lenya Alisdebi's stunning appearance. Her beauty is constantly talked about everywhere in all circles where aristocrats are present. And the secretary honestly admits that the praise of the princess's beauty has already become boring. Be that as it may, the girl continued to defend her point of view, that it would be better for Clovis Zenov to abandon the idea of marrying the king's daughter. Opening her purple eyes and looking straight at the brunette, the secretary added that he would do better to do this at least for his own safety. The man didn't answer. He sat in the chair resting his chin on his hands and thinking about what to do next when fate the villain played such a trick. After this, the action moves to a luxurious royal castle belonging to the protagonist's parents. Someone begged the princess to finally stop fooling around. It was Lenya's mother, already familiar to readers. Now she was reminding her daughter, who was indifferent to everything, that Duke Clovis was eagerly awaiting their engagement. Two maids were forced to watch this scene. With their backs bowed respectfully and sweating from the strain, they heard the queen prove to her daughter that she was not crazy. This had been proven by the priests. Almost crying, the older blonde took the younger one by the hand and asked her directly why she continued to upset her mother when she only had to do the smallest thing. The main character didn't answer. She continued to stare into space like a dead fish, and there wasn't even a hint of any emotion in the girl's eyes. But that's how it seemed from the outside. In reality, the protagonist was seething with bile. She was outraged that her mother dared to show up without an invitation and was trying to manipulate her. As it turned out, Lenya remembered what happened to her in her past life. The murder of her lover, the accusations, and imprisonment before the execution, so she wanted revenge. But to ensure that the tragedy would not be repeated, the blonde had no intention of marrying Clovis, and it did not matter how they would beg or intimidate her to conclude this marriage. Trying to seduce her daughter, the antagonist reminded her that the younger Zainov was the beloved son of Emperor Rodin, the owner of vast land holdings. According to the queen, this young man was literally made of nothing but virtues. Apart from wealth and power, he was also a first-class warrior, the head of a knightly order, and a renowned daredevil. In general, the gist of the conversation was that Clovis was such a profitable and valuable match that even the only daughter of kings would be honored to become his wife. Of course, this man's reputation is not as clear-cut as it seems. In fact, the prince is said to be a bloodthirsty and pain-blind sadist, but realizing that this could be the reason for the main character's sharp reluctance to get engaged to Zenoff, the queen hastened to assure that this was nonsense and even took her daughter by the hands. But as excited as the antagonist was and couldn't hide her predatory hyena grin, the protagonist remained cold and indifferent. She only noted that people were spreading nasty rumors about her too. But then the girl looked up for the first time to look straight into the scarlet eyes of her mother and killer. Lenya asked her if she really thought that the rumors about the princess's dangerous madness were just rumors. The queen immediately understood what was being said and was so frightened that she couldn't even utter a word. She froze like a rabbit, hypnotized by a boa constrictor, and only managed to squeeze out an inarticulate gasp. But then the queen's horror eased a little, and she suddenly recoiled from her daughter, falling on her bottom. The maids, forgetting about subordination, rushed to her aid, and the heroine continued to stand with an indifferent look. However, after a couple of seconds, the protagonist deigned to turn her gaze to the servants. With an expressionless expression, she ordered that mother be sent away since she was obviously unwell. And besides, Lenya Alice Debbie gave special instructions to comb her hair. Otherwise, without mirrors, it became very difficult to take care of her appearance, especially her long blonde hair. The maids did not dare to argue and said nothing. They only bowed, but their tense faces clearly showed how terrified they were of their mistress. The luxury of the royal palace seemed to emphasize the heavy and gloomy atmosphere that reigned in it. A giant chandelier illuminated the huge hall, and expensive lotions and ointments rested on the dressing table. One of the maids, taking a wooden comb, carefully tidied up the princess's luxurious hair, which was the color of light gold. Maintaining an indifferent appearance, the protagonist asked the maid Helen why she stayed, even if Pippin left, to which the girl explained that she had done something wrong and was sent to the kitchen as punishment. This raised questions in Lenya, and then the maid reminded her that it had happened 3 days ago, at the moment when the mirror had broken and Alice Davy had injured herself on its shards. The blonde pulled back the sleeves of her robe and looked with an indifferent expression at the scars that generously covered her arms. They looked as if someone had tried to dismember the princess. But then the protagonist turned around and cast a very sharp glance at Helen. She noted that this maid does the most important work for the queen, but for some reason, she left the main palace, Continuing to comb her long blonde hair, the brunette said that the queen herself had sent her to help her only daughter, and for her, it was a real honor. Someone else might have calmed down after this, but the main character continued to pierce her unexpected assistant with the gaze of a shark that had sensed blood. Alice Debbie asked Helen if she thought she was crazy, to which the maid simply replied that she was not. After all, the priest had proven that the blonde's mind was fine. And the brunette wanted to add that this was not the problem at all. It was just that the young lady had too many disturbing thoughts. But she shut up when Lenya said that it was a lie. Pulling out her hair and standing up, the princess warned the maid that she hated lies. So the latter had 2 attempts left to tell how things really were. The heroine demanded answers from Helen about what the queen had said last, but the spy, taken aback and frightened, mumbled that she did not understand what the protagonist was talking about, saying that the brunette had one last chance. Alice Debbie took the scissors lying on the table, completely ordinary ones used for cutting nails and hair. Helen was horrified, much more so than if she had suddenly found herself in front of a huge poisonous snake ready to attack, for the princess's reputation spoke for itself. Unable to tear her eyes away from the terrifying blades, the maid asked her mistress what she was going to do, to which the protagonist answered laconically she would do nothing if she received the desired answer. Slowly advancing on her victim, Lenya asked one last time why her maid had been fired without her permission, and the brunette made the mistake of repeating that she had proven unfit for her position. Alice Debbie says nothing to this because the time for empty words is over. She grabs the spy by her clothes and raises the terrible scissors, preparing to strike. In an instant, an incredibly loud, heartbreaking cry is heard throughout the palace, causing the flocks of birds that had taken a liking to the roofs to fly away in terror. After this, readers are shown a girl in a servant's uniform, running through the castle as if she was being chased by a horde of bloodthirsty demons. And at the same time, she desperately calls for the queen. Finally, the queen could not stand it any longer and shouted irritably, asking why there were screams in her palace. But the maid was so out of breath and frightened that she did not immediately explain. Naturally, the cause of the panic was Helen, whom the queen had sent to spy on her own daughter. The rest of the servants quickly found out what had happened to her. For the first few moments, the antagonist didn't understand what all the fuss was about. But when she realized that they were talking about that same Helen D. Trun, shock appeared on her face. And after that, the queen herself ran so fast that her heels shod in expensive polished boots sparkled. The situation was so stalemate that she didn't care how it looked from the outside. Trying to hold the edges of her luxurious blue dress, the queen thought with ever-growing anger that Lenya, such a vile girl, was allowing herself to do this. The blonde was ready to tolerate many of the eccentricities of her supposedly crazy daughter, but an attack on her personal maid with a sharp object crossed all boundaries. But after this, readers are shown exactly what happened in the princess's bedroom. Time then seemed to stop, like in a video, after pressing the stop button. In fact, Lenya did not kill or maim the servant sent by the woman. At the last moment, she stopped the blade right before the brunette's eyes, and then, after waiting a few seconds, ordered Daytrun to bring her former favorite Papin and to get away herself. On Helena's beautiful face, a scratch from the scissors was bleeding, and in her amber-brown eyes, tears and an animalistic, mind-numbing horror of the main character were frozen. Having made sure that the spy really understood what she was told and would no longer dare to dig a hole under her, the protagonist unclenched her fingers, releasing the victim to freedom. Without wasting any time, the unfortunate girl started to run, while the young blonde watched this with the detachment of a person who had done a long, familiar, and hateful job. She continued to stare at Daytrun's back for a long time, as she clumsily ran through the corridors of the palace, waving her arms and hoping to get as far away from the blade-wielding psychopath as possible. Some time passed, and then the door to the main character's private chambers slowly opened. Unlike the queen, the visitor respectfully called Lenya mistress. It turned out to be the same maid who had woken Alice Debbie on the fateful day when the latter turned 18 years old, and now she bowed to Her Highness with a slight smile. It was a beautiful and sweet young girl, with short brown hair and large, very bright green eyes. She was wondering if her young mistress had called for her. The protagonist turned to her with a wild look, continuing to squeeze the scissors in her hands, as if she could not understand who this person was and where she had suddenly appeared in the room from. But then, Lenya smiled so warmly and welcomingly that she became indistinguishable from the good-natured princess who was shown to the audience at the very beginning. Her eyes even sparkled with tears. The first order was this: the main character wanted Pippin to get rid of all of Helen's things by throwing them outside the palace, which the new personal servant hastened to do. Some more time passed. The readers were shown how someone was having a luxurious breakfast on the table. There was an appetizing white cake and a cup of hot tea. But on the burgundy windowsill rested a white vase with expensive flowers, and the sun was shining so strongly that it was almost impossible to see the situation outside. It was still one of the many halls located inside the Pink Palace, the personal abode of Lenia Alisdebi, where she was the rightful ruler. Right now, the protagonist was slowly drinking aromatic tea, sitting on a luxurious chair, while her parents settled down on the opposite seat. From the outside, it might seem that everything was fine, just a mother coming to visit her daughter. But in reality, the tension was so great that you could cut it with a knife. The antagonist thought that the heroine was becoming more and more unbearable each time, and tried to figure out how to deal with her. She was so deeply immersed in her thoughts that the princess's address took the queen by surprise. But she immediately took notice. Pretending that everything was fine and no scandal had occurred, Lenya asked her mother why she wasn't drinking tea. The drink was probably already completely cold. In response, the queen only let out an ambiguous "ah-ha, and then cleared her throat slightly, as people often do before a long and difficult conversation. This time, the antagonist did not beat around the bush and immediately got down to the topic: Helen's expulsion from the princess's abode. But it turned out that the protagonist herself was going to talk about it and was not at all embarrassed by what she had done. Such frankness greatly surprises the queen. Apparently, she expected that her daughter would start to prevaricate and come up with excuses for her actions. But Lenya meanwhile began her speech. According to her, the reason for Detron's expulsion was her incredible insolence. The maid allegedly behaved so brazenly, as if the Pink Palace belonged to her. Getting more and more heated, the main character continued to complain about the maid, as if the latter had fired other servants of her own free will, and even lied looking into the eyes of her legal mistress. But the worst thing was that Helena dared to encroach on the place of Pippin, the girl who had been courting Lenya since early childhood. The princess would never have tolerated such an insult. This was especially outrageous, given that Detron had initially had a huge amount of trust. After all, she had been sent by her dear mother, Queen Alisdebi. In the end, the girl directly asks her mother if she should also be angry with Helena. After all, the latter, in fact, insulted not only the heir to the throne, but also the entire royal family. This is a terrible act, so the queen is simply obliged to punish her subordinate properly. In this way, the protagonist tried to put her scheming mother in a disadvantageous position, and the older woman didn't know how to respond to this. Her daughter, who seemed from the outside to be just a stupid princess, managed to drive her into a corner, although the queen still had one more ace up her sleeve. Looking closely at the young girl, with her burgundy eyes like freshly spilled blood, the elder Alisdebi declared that dismissal was an overly radical decision. The reason was supposedly that finding a sufficiently competent person was harder than finding a diamond in a coal mine. There were only mediocrities and blockheads everywhere. Accordingly, from the point of view of her queen, firing even a maid who's forgotten her place is a waste of money and human resources. It is much better to send her to do other work in the Pink Palace. Now the protagonist cast an attentive, tenacious glance with her greenish-blue eyes at the antagonist, but in the end, she had to admit that her mother was formally right. As a Solomonic solution, the main character decided to send Helena to work in the kitchen to do the menial work that she wanted to subject Pippin to. The queen tried to object, reminding her that Detron was not a commoner, but the daughter of a high-born family, But Lenya easily retorted that this was precisely why she needed to learn to behave better. After this, no longer paying attention to her parent, the younger Alice Davy ordered Pepin to be returned to find Helena and send her to work in the kitchen. The premature death and reincarnation in her own younger body had a strong impact on the blonde. She swore that she would never again be a stupid fool and wanted the Pink Palace to belong only to her. Only in this way, having achieved maximum security in high circles and power over those around her, could the protagonist guarantee her own survival. Continuing to chat sweetly about everything and smile affably, Lenya thought gloomily in her soul that she would never allow herself to be offended, even by another aristocrat or relative. Some time passed, and the weather outside changed dramatically. The sunlight was replaced by gloomy gray clouds, ready to burst into rain at any moment. The main character was lying blissfully on her back, having made a cosmetic mask from lemon slices, while someone asked why she was behaving like that if she had not actually gone crazy. The questioner turned out to be Pepin, so the princess agreed to explain her motives to her. She wanted her parents to recognize her as hopeless, break off the engagement, and send her out of sight, allowing her to live as she wanted. The maid was not pleased to hear such a thing from such a beautiful girl, but Lenya interrupted another stream of praise for her appearance and demanded to know what they were saying about her. With great reluctance, the maid admits that bad things are said about the protagonist, but she does not want to explain what exactly. The princess already knows how disgusting her reputation is. The brunette looked down and sighed, as if the weight of the world was on her shoulders. Unlike the blonde, she was very uncomfortable touching on such a topic. Very soon, it began to rain outside. It was a cold summer downpour, one of those that goes on for many hours, flooding ditches and holes and forcing people to take refuge in shelters. However, someone still decided to go on a journey. A carriage was slowly driving along the road, and one of its passengers timidly asked another if he was sure about his idea. The questioner turned out to be a young red-haired man who did not understand why the Duke, without a diplomat, decided to personally meet the crazy Alice Davy. But the second man, a brutal, bristly brunette, reminded him that it was none of their business. The red-haired youth did not understand what he had said that was so terrible, especially since it was true. And then the brunette pounced on him to teach him good manners. The bristly brute, who twisted his neighbor's arm, turned out to be Romanson, one of the knights serving Clovis Xenoff and accompanying his master on his journey. And the red-haired man, screaming in pain and anger, was Elton Romanson's younger brother and one of the Duke's assistants. Even in such a situation, he continued to defend his point of view. Grunting and hissing in discomfort, Elton asked Clovis for an answer to one single question. And at the same time, in the Pink Palace, Pippin was about to ask the protagonist something. The man asked his superior and overlord why he was so obsessed with Alice Davy's daughter, and the maid wondered why Lenya didn't even want to hear about Xenoff. The princess did not want to answer this question. Any memory of the brunette and how their story ended in a past life caused pain in the blonde, but she could not avoid a direct question. Meanwhile, the Duke gave Elton an answer. Looking out the window at the rain-drenched landscape, the man admitted that he was so interested in the main character because of her beauty. In contrast, immediately after this, readers are shown what Lenya said in response. Not wanting to go into detail about her true motives, she lied that she thought Clovis was a freak. Elton is extremely surprised by the Duke's answer. He simply could not imagine how it would be possible to love such a crazy person, simply because he was lucky with his physical appearance. Pippin was no less surprised by Alice Davy's answer. There were real legends about how handsome the youngest son of Emperor Rodin was, and to seriously call him disgusting, you had to be truly crazy. And the rain continued to fall, not even thinking of giving way to the sun. Under the rumble of thunder, drops of water fell onto the ground, the concrete roads, and tiled roofs. At last, the Duke's carriage arrived in the city. A huge metal grate slowly rose, like a sleepy, disturbed animal, letting the carriage inside. The downpour grew heavier and soon turned into a terrible thunderstorm. A giant blue lightning flashed outside the window, followed by a furious clap of thunder. But the main character didn't care about the wrath of nature. She was lying in her bed, desperately trying to fall asleep, after a long day filled with unpleasant events. Memories of past events appeared before her eyes. How on a fine sunny day, she herself got into a carriage and arrived to meet an important person. This happened long before life broke the unfortunate girl. She was much more naive and good-natured then, and did not suspect how much evil there was around. And when she was introduced to Duke Clovis Zainoff, then in her past life, Lenya was very happy, although she blushed desperately from embarrassment in front of the brunette. For their first meeting, the man wore an expensive white uniform, with gilding a red belt and a medal he had received for his services on the battlefield. And despite the difference in their origins, the protagonist showed only courtesy towards the heroine, remembering how she slowly, as if afraid to scare away the precious moment, approached her future groom. The current Alice Davy realized that it all started right then. It was then looking at this slender, broad-shouldered, and handsome young aristocrat that the princess decided that perhaps she would be able to truly love him. Then the main character stood on the balcony, which offered a stunning view of the entire kingdom, and slowly walked towards each other until they finally touched hands. But at that very moment, lightning struck very close outside the window, followed by a monstrous clap of thunder which finally drove away the dream. The protagonist opened her eyes in horror and almost screamed, as if the thunderstorm had awakened her not from a heartwarming memory, but from a vile nightmare. The blonde suddenly stood up and fell to her knees, but then began to calm down little by little. It dawned on her that in reality, everything was calm, and she began to breathe heavily. The girl hugged herself by the shoulders, as if she had experienced terrible violence, and trembled slightly. And then, not without bitter sarcasm, noted that she did not think that she was cursed. The wind blew so hard that it opened the window into the princess's bedroom. The storm didn't even think of calming down, as if deliberately making the atmosphere as oppressive as possible. But it helped the girl realize that she really no longer wanted to tie her fate to Clovis, no matter what pressure those around her put on her because of this. Thinking that she would never again experience pain, like in her past life, the protagonist stood up and slowly walked to the window, wanting to close it again. But then the blonde saw something strange on the street, and it was so frightening that her beautiful face immediately twisted in horror, and a scream got stuck in her throat. But the main character quickly regained control of her vocal cords, and soon the entire palace heard a cry in which Lenya called for Pepin's help. After this, readers learn what exactly scared the princess so much. It was not the murderer in bloody clothes, but the ugly tramp, and not the monster that appeared from the darkness, but Clovis Zainoff. He stood in the rain, not at all worried that the water could ruin his expensive clothes. The brunette heard perfectly well that he was noticed, and looked regretful, as if he did not want to scare his prospective bride so much. Some time passed, and the morning came. While the sun was slowly dispersing the storm clouds, a man admitted that he had received reports from the guards who guarded the Pink Palace. It was a young man in a butler's uniform, shaking his head as he assured Lenya Alizdebi and her assistant Pepin that the guards had found no traces of intrusion into the private territory. From the point of view of facts, everything pointed to the fact that there were not and could not be any uninvited guests in the garden. So the man asked the lady directly whether she had really seen a stranger. The princess did not like this, looking straight into the eyes of this man. Near, she coldly asked him if the butler thought that all this was a hallucination. The man was made of much stronger stuff than most of the palace maids, so he wasn't scared, but he admitted that wasn't quite the case. After this, the readers are shown Clovis's office. Looking away, Zainoff was telling someone how he sneaked into the royal garden at night and how the princess got scared. While Elton was trying to recover from the shock, his master admitted that Lenya's reaction was completely adequate. Anyone would have been scared to death in her place. The protagonist herself, assessing what happened, understood the following. In her past life, Zainoff was not in Pontiano at that moment, and such a change is not normal. From the point of view of the main character, if a familiar story once went off the rails, then who could guarantee that subsequent changes would not be more global and dangerous? Denier had to politely, but nevertheless, interrupt the girl's thoughts to tell her more mundane news. Her father, the reigning king, wanted to see her. Lenya said nothing but grimaced eloquently, as if the conversation was about a very unpleasant procedure. Obviously, she had lost all love, not only for her mother but also for her father. Fortunately, the situation diffused a little. Pippin furiously attacked the man, accusing him of not respecting the young lady, and Denier tried to justify himself, reminding that the guards had found no evidence. After this, the audience sees a huge castle with a blue roof where the king and queen live. Unlike the princess's abode, it looked brutal and impregnable, like a fortress. The monarch, seated on a large carved wooden throne, scolded his kneeling daughter for causing a stir throughout the country. Irritation had been building up in the monarch's soul for a long time, so he went over almost all of the main character's sins. He didn't forget how she raised the guard because she saw the duke in the garden, and he reproached her for how rudely Lenya treated Helena as if she were a powerless slave. In addition, the king believed or supported the lie that Ditron had been sent by the queen to look after her sick daughter, and such treatment from his point of view was truly disgusting and black ingratitude. At the end, this menacing gray-bearded man adds that it doesn't matter what the protagonist has imagined for herself, but in any case, she will become the wife of Duke Clovis. And then the king suddenly starts shouting. He yells that he doesn't give a damn whether Lenya has gone crazy or not. He won't even disdain to resort to black magic if it allows him to bewitch the emperor's son, Rodin. The blonde listened to this with a solemn face, like a person who is painfully annoyed by some petty nastiness that cannot be gotten rid of, so he decided to simply endure it. The heroine accuses her father of hypocrisy. First he talked about parental love, and then he declared that he was ready to use witchcraft to brainwash his daughter. But the monarch objects that an alliance with a great empire is incredibly important for their kingdom. The protagonist gets tired of all this politics and excuses, so she screams that the parents who are willing to go to such extreme measures are actually much crazier than she is. The man humbles the girl with a harsh look of icy eyes and orders her to watch her language, but to no avail. A lot of anger has also accumulated in Lenya's soul. The princess confesses without embarrassment to either the king or the servants that she went mad because of some strange circumstance, incomprehensible even to her. But now she understands what the reason was. Her own parents were to blame for everything. And considering that the queen had framed the protagonist in her past life by poisoning and killing Cloves, this was not far from the truth. Therefore, the position of the younger Alice Davy remained unchanged. She will never become Zainoff's wife and will not repeat her past mistakes. She does not care about anything else. Having properly expressed her position, the girl considered the conversation over. Her father shouted that she should not dare turn her back on him and leave, but was ignored. Such neglect, and from his own daughter, drove the monarch into incredible rage. If his gaze could serve as a weapon, the entire palace would have turned into a handful of ashes. Like an enraged bull, he roared his daughter's name at the top of his lungs, but the blonde didn't even think of returning to the throne room. She walked along the corridor, accompanied by her faithful Pippin. The brunette was very nervous that her mistress was turning her parents against her and still refusing to even try to meet Zainoff. But the heroine was much more worried about other things. At some point, she stopped and began to peer out the window. Outside, it was raining heavily again, as if the weather was trying its best to create a global flood. For some time, the protagonist and her maid silently gazed at the dark clouds and the raindrops settling on the window and the ground until Lenya finally broke the silence. Turning to her confidant, she warned that a flood could soon occur, so it was necessary to check the dam on the Ponta River, and the princess was completely serious when she gave this order. The maid said nothing. She just looked at her mistress with longing and sadness. Perhaps after this scandal with the king, she began to believe that Lenya was really crazy. After this, the action moves to the Empire of Cristiano. Unlike the kingdom of Pontiano, there was not even a hint of thunderstorms, and the sky was illuminated by a gentle sun. Alexis Rodin, also known as Rodin II, Emperor Cristiano, lay and painfully clenched his teeth, as if this man was tormented by some terrible disease. And so it was. The once powerful sovereign was writhing on his bed, wheezing and groaning, while a man with cherry-colored hair and an old man in white robes fussed around him. The younger man turned sharply to the old man, who turned out to be a priest, and demanded to know what condition his father was in. The priest closed his eyes. A drop of sweat rolled down his temple. With great reluctance, the old man admitted that although the sovereign's condition was not critical, now he could not guarantee anything if Alexis continued to lose consciousness. Hearing this, the red-haired youth simply went berserk. He screamed furiously, calling it impudent words, as if the priest had suggested burying Rodin in advance. He turned out to be Dionaldo Rodin, the only son of the current sovereign and his direct heir, and he continued to rage, demanding that the old priest cure Alexis. Feeling increasingly awkward, the old man in white tried to explain to the Dauphin that the monarch had suffered from mental illness for a long time, and if he did not deal with it, the consequences could be unpredictable. But even this answer failed to satisfy the prince. He clenched his teeth furiously, literally using all his remaining efforts not to pounce on the innocent cleric with his fists. Suddenly, the emperor himself spoke up. With great difficulty, but he was able to distract himself from the pain and ask his son to call for Clovis, Alexis's younger brother. Dionald looked at his father with sorrow. It was excruciatingly painful for the young man to see his father, who was not yet at all old, in such a terrible and painful state. The prince's eyes sparkled with tears, and he noted with some bitterness that even in such moments, when the emperor was separated from the grave by a fragile thread, he continued to think first and foremost about his little brother. The action then returns to Pontiano, where the audience is shown a luxurious silver-green building used as the imperial embassy. Imperial Ambassador O'Malley Crowson, upon learning of the arrival of such an important person as Duke Clovis, immediately came out to greet the dear guest and salute him. Zainab folded his arms across his chest in a relaxed manner, looking around the office's furnishings. And although this man was clearly accustomed to luxury in all its manifestations, he could not help but admit that the embassy had been given the best premises. O'Malley smiled slightly tensely and added that the embassy is the face of the state, and as a result, is obliged to look as good as possible to support its image. However, the reason for Crowson's excitement was something completely different. He recalled a recent conversation with the Queen, who ordered the ambassador to lie that everything was fine with Lenya and there would be no problems with the engagement. Such an alliance was incredibly valuable to the powers that be, but the official still found himself in a stalemate. Despite his profession, he was practically incapable of lying. It was common knowledge among the aristocrats that the younger Alice Davy had gone mad, so O'Malley had no idea how to convince the Duke otherwise. The man pretended to have an itchy throat from the tension clenching and unclenching his fingers. Coming up with a convincing lie on the fly was incredibly difficult for him. Eventually, Crowson decided to speak to his superior, but Clovis did not let him finish even the first word. He himself wanted to address the ambassador on some matter. O'Malley stood at attention like a soldier in a rank, and Zainab revealed that he would very much like to speak with Princess Lenya, and preferably as soon as possible. The ambassador was so surprised that he even forgot to stick to the mask of a perfectly trained worker. He opened his mouth and bulged his eyes, as if he saw something beyond the pale. Then the Duke repeated that he wished to see his prospective bride. He had very urgent business with her, so it would be desirable for the meeting to take place today, or at least tomorrow. Crowson didn't answer. He was still so shocked that he could only stand there like a pillar, staring at his interlocutor as if he were some kind of exotic curiosity. But in the end, the official managed to control his emotions and promised that he would organize a meeting in the near future, glad to himself that he didn't even have to lie. After this, readers see Queen Pontiano, accompanied by an unknown blonde man in white clothes, warning her daughter that a duke from the empire wishes to see her. With a smug smile on her lips, the older blonde noted that if the protagonist refused this time, it meant that her maids were not doing their job well. The antagonist recalls the unfortunate Pippin, whom Lenya, to her misfortune, appointed head maid, and readers are even shown a chessboard, which symbolizes the intellectual confrontation between the characters. The queen symbolically touches one of the white figures when making her next move. She reminds us what fate awaits the sluggish servants. The rulers of Pontian order such incompetent people to be flogged with rods. And at these words, the queen smiled bloodthirstily, literally savoring the thought of the cruel punishment of an innocent girl. The main character had nothing to say. Her temporary victory over her scheming mother turned into a trap, and in a fit of hysteria, the girl grabbed a glass of wine only to smash it right there. After that, an awkward silence reigned. Lenya and Pippin were left alone in the room, and the brunette looked with bitterness as her mistress tried to catch her breath. Seeing how hard it was for the younger Alice Davy, the brunette timidly asked her not to worry. After all, it was just a rada trifle for an adult. The maid was not being hypocritical. She really believed that the need to marry an unloved person was many times worse than some kind of corporal punishment. Therefore, Pippin would have preferred to receive a spanking lie down and forget about it, but not give her mistress up the aisle. However, Lenya herself did not even want to hear about such a thing. She reminded her confidant that she served her princess Pontian, and therefore no one dared to treat the brunette as if she were walking property. The main character ordered the maid to bring the dress, and in her eyes there was no longer feigned indifference, only pure determination and a thirst for action. Pippin stared at her in shock. She didn't expect the young lady to change her mind so quickly, and the princess even made a short speech in the heat of the moment. She swore that she would destroy her mother's plans, even if she temporarily won and forced the protagonist to agree to the marriage. Lenya would do everything in her power to make the duke beg for a divorce. After this, the action moves to a park where aristocrats on holiday like to stroll. The trees delighted the eyes with fresh foliage, and there were tables with chairs and umbrellas for relaxing everywhere. The visitors, both men and women, suddenly stopped and stared at something in amazement, and several noble girls even began to whisper. A girl in a greenish-blue dress, decorated with numerous images of roses, slowly descended the steps, holding the top edges of her long skirt. It turned out to be a princess, and she could easily have evoked gasps of admiration from those around her, if not for her unfocused, expressionless gaze. The rest of the aristocrats were truly frightened by this. They recoiled from the protagonist as if she were a leper and began to discuss her appearance in whispers in horror. Someone remarked that Lenya had completely lost her mind and that she had a look as if a demon had possessed her. Another added an extravagant dress, but a third shouted, forcing the gossips to shut up before Alice Davy heard them. The people around her, forgetting all rules of decency, began to run away. They were really so afraid of the main character, as if she could suddenly attack them, bite them, and infect them with something nasty. Thus, an empty space quickly formed around the blonde. No one, not even the inveterate sycophants and toadies, wanted to have anything to do with her. However, there was still a man who came out to meet the protagonist. It was Elton, one of Clovis's close assistants, and he was not there of his own free will. Stopping in front of the main character, the young secretary respectfully replied that it was a great honor for him to meet her, although in fact, it was a lie. Lenya, however, did not deign to respond to such empty politeness. She only glanced at the red-haired youth, with the characteristic look of a long-dead fish. Elton's heart went cold from such a soulless gaze, which would have suited a walking dead man rather than a young girl, but he still overcame his fear and said that the Duke wanted to meet his prospective bride. The aristocrats who witnessed the meeting of the princess in the park involuntarily dropped everything they were doing and, as if spellbound, watched the development of events. And they developed quickly. In response to Elton's polite speech, the protagonist responded with a short yes, after which she immediately tried to find out where Clovis was now. In other, more remote areas of the park, the atmosphere remained calm and carefree. This was emphasized by the fountain throwing myriads of drops into the air. Not far from him, at a beautiful table full of snacks, sat Xenoph himself, as well as his secretary. They were having a casual conversation in the shade of an umbrella. A green-eyed, brown-haired woman, familiar to readers, timidly peeked out from behind a tree. Pippin decided to follow her mistress and watch tensely from a safe distance. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the protagonist. The Emperor's younger brother really did have a very beautiful and memorable appearance that could delight most girls. Having properly examined his broad shoulders, amber brown eyes, and beautiful black hair, the maid could only open her mouth like a fish thrown ashore. The maid thought in shock. But she said he was ugly, remembering her recent conversation with the princess, while Lanaya, meanwhile, had already been brought to the Duke. The blonde's gaze still showed no emotion, as if the brunette was an empty space for her, but then she closed her eyes and lowered her head, as if nodding. And after that, a real metamorphosis occurred. The detached, cold girl suddenly smiled enthusiastically, and her eyes lit up with joy and happiness. Elton was so amazed that he didn't even finish speaking right away, and the main character happily chirped, "Oh, what a handsome prince," like a child who saw a curiosity. The red-haired secretary broke out in a cold sweat, but the princess didn't pay attention to it. She shared with the whole world that she had imagined the future wedding many times in every possible way. Now, for example, Alice Debbie decided that a sparkling red carpet on which the newlyweds would walk would be an excellent solution, while those around her looked at her with horror. Then the protagonist's eyes flashed slyly, looking for a suitable target, and it turned out to be a waiter who was carrying a tray with rows of glasses filled to the brim with wine. Like a predator who had spotted its prey, Lenya rushed towards the stunned worker and snatched the tray from his hands. The waiter did not dare to resist because he recognized the princess. At that moment, the mask of an enthusiastic, silly fan of romance fell from the blonde's face. She was perfectly aware of what she was doing and simply followed the plan. One short moment, and the expensive glassware filled with the elite drink flies upward like a football kicked with all its might by a rascal. The aristocrats sitting at the next table watched this with shock. One of them could only quietly mutter, "Mommies," unable to imagine what would happen next. Duke Clovis Xenoph was also extremely surprised. He had more control over himself than most of those present, but one could still easily read his true emotions on his face. As for the unfortunate Elton, he could basically only watch the flight of the utensil with his mouth open and his eyes bulging, especially since it was flying straight towards him. The result of the glass's short air journey was predictable. They smashed onto the asphalt with a deafening clink, spilling wine as scarlet as blood everywhere. The poor red-haired secretary, forced to accompany Xenoph, was overcome with horror. He was sweating, breathing frequently, and deeply trying to calm his frantic heartbeat. At the last moment, the man managed to jump to the side, avoiding injuries from the broken glass. But from what he had experienced, the young man fell on his butt and shook like an aspen leaf. And the protagonist came closer, lifted the edges of her dress, and asked what the prince thought about it in such a carefree tone, as if they were talking about buying new furniture. With the words, "If we walk together on this sparkling path, it will be beautiful, won't it?" Lenya pulled her foot out of the shoe and prepared to step on the shards. She was afraid of hurting herself, but her fate and Pippin's safety were at stake. For a moment, a solid red background appeared before her eyes. The princess imagined too vividly and realistically how the fragments were digging into her tender flesh. Everyone was shocked by the princess's actions. Even the evil queen, who had been secretly and from afar watching the young people's date, froze in surprise. As for Pippin, she pressed her hand to her mouth in horror. The poor girl could not believe that her mistress and best friend was ready to do something like this. Fortunately, the worst never happened. The men's feet, wearing thick, durable boots, easily crushed most of the fragments into harmless pieces. Their master turned out to be Clovis. The Duke finally decided to enter the game, and the first thing he did was lift the blonde into his arms so that she could not hurt herself. This gesture was so touching and intimate that the girl again could not control herself. Her face turned deep pink from monstrous embarrassment. Zenoff, on the other hand, tried to turn the situation into a joke. Looking at the blonde with some amusement, he said that he would buy her glass shoes if she wanted to touch him with her feet so much. The focus of the story changes to a luxurious garden. Everywhere there were blooming bushes of scarlet roses, smooth roads of gray stone, and small tables for visitors to rest. It turned out to be another memory of Lenya Alisdebi, about her past happy life with the prince. Then they walked through this park, not worrying about anything, and enjoying each other's company. Then the brunette also carried his beloved in his arms, pressing her to his chest like the most tender and precious treasure. And the girl laughed and smiled happily, hugging her husband around the neck. It was an unpleasant contrast to the present moment. There was not even a hint of warmth in Clovis's appearance, and the protagonist hung in his arms like a condemned criminal. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and broke the silence. Lenya wanted to finally be lowered to the ground, but the Duke replies that he will do it when they find a quiet place without people. Eventually, they came to a path that led into deeper parts of the park, where people didn't usually go. But the man looked around carefully to make sure they were alone. Having made sure that they were really alone, the main character finally lets the protagonist go to the ground. Although the blonde had to stand with bare feet, the princess clearly wanted to ask what all this meant, but she didn't have time. Instead, the brunette asked the question that had long interested him. What was the point of all these games of madness? The girl was very surprised and stared at her prospective husband in shock. She clearly did not expect that he would be able to recognize her masquerade from the first meeting. Lenya tried to convince Clovis that she was really crazy and not pretending, but to no avail. Besides, it turns out that Zenoff did not come to Pontiano at all to verify the truth of these rumors. In reality, he was interested in another much more pressing question. Why did Alisdebi treat him with such strong antipathy? This was not a tricky question and pretense that politicians so often used. The brunette really could not understand what he had done, that the princess of a neighboring state was ready to mutilate herself just to avoid walking down the aisle with him. The protagonist tried to convince the man again that she was a psychopath. Like now, she looks and acts adequately, but in reality, it costs her nothing to casually break a mirror or sing meaningless ditties. And in order not to continue this supposedly meaningless conversation, the blonde decisively shook her head and warned that she was going to return. Clovis calmly asked if the girl was going to make the not-so-short journey to the civilized part of the barge barefoot, but she only snorted in response. However, despite the feigned bravery in reality, anxiety appeared in Alisdebi's soul. She reflexively stamped her feet on the spot, as if testing the ground by touch. And Lenya didn't like the result at all. For her, a lady of blue bloods who had avoided hard work for most of her life, this would have been an impossible test. Before she can take a single step, the Duke gently grabs the woman by the hem of her dress, and goosebumps run across her skin at the thought of another conversation. Luckily for her, Clovis had no intention of continuing the interrogation. Instead, he wanted the princess to put something on, since she wasn't really going to go and suffer. A few seconds passed, and on Alisdebi's feet were Zenoff's black boots, capable of easily walking even on sharp glass, not to mention stones and earth. It might have seemed to the participants of this crazy date that a long time had passed, but in fact, everything ended quite quickly. The day was still at its zenith, and the sun was playing on the windows of the royal castle. Lenya Alisdebi walked awkwardly towards the house. The men's shoes were too big for her, and the blonde had to make sure that they didn't fall off her feet. The protagonist's face was deeply flushed, and it was hard to say whether it was because she was forced to walk around looking so ridiculous, or because she had met her lover from a past life and seen his kindness. And poor Clovis found himself in a much more unenviable position. He was the one who would now have to return barefoot to his comrades, enduring their shocked looks and an atmosphere of awkwardness. The action returns to the Duke's palace, still majestic and beautiful, but without excesses. But at this moment, someone entered into an argument with its owner. The protagonist's interlocutor tried to convince him to abandon this idea, but the brunette sitting on the couch and folding his arms across his chest responded with slight displeasure that he could not be sure of the emperor's reaction to his refusal of the marriage union. As it turned out, the girl with purple hair, who was already familiar to the younger brother of Bishop Cristiano, spoke with him. She calmly asked if the rumors were exaggerated, and added that another candidate might be found. She also asked if the man had seen the princess in person. And before the protagonist's eyes appeared a memory of how boisterously and diligently Lenya imitated crazy fun during a date in the park. A shadow passed over Zenov's face. Deep down, he already had tender feelings towards Princess Pontian, but he found it difficult to understand them. As a result, instead of answering, he asked his secretary Valencia to carefully study the information they had, again, since there might be something else hidden in it, to which the woman responded with consent and a question whether she could provide one more service. The Duke mockingly asked if the receptionist wanted to ask him to leave the room, and when he heard a casual no, he cheerfully noted that the girl's look spoke of something completely different. Valencia answered with the utmost seriousness that this was not possible. After all, the palace and all the surrounding lands belonged to Zenov. He was her immediate superior, but the young man only grinned. Clovis replied that it was time to finish the work, but in response to this, the secretary pulled out a huge column of paper from somewhere and with some difficulty placed it on the desk. The protagonist awkwardly remarks that if there is still a lot of work to do, then it is worth calling Elton for help. And this proposal clearly angers the woman. She snaps that she can handle it anyway if the Duke helps her a little. In response, the brunette says, "Okay," and slowly stands up, clearly wanting to stretch his limbs before sitting down for a long time to deal with bureaucratic red tape. Then the main character approaches a plate on which various fruits were stored, takes a juicy apple, and addresses Valencia with another topic. It turns out that all this time, Lenya Alisdebi had a half-brother named Rodrigo, and only recently, this man returned to the capital of Pontiano. The prince had recently been fighting in some war, and Clovis, biting into a piece of fruit, noted that his arrival almost coincided with the start of the royal ball. The administrator confirms that Zenov calculated correctly, after which the main character recalls that he has an appointment with Rodrigo on some issues. Valencia, having checked the information, clarifies that the meeting is planned in 3 days, but the protagonist, sitting down on the nearest chair with a sly smile, asks to postpone the event to the nearest time, tonight or at least tomorrow. After this, the focus of the story changes to a completely different place. It was a blooming and beautiful park. The sky was cloudless, and the sun was shining so that it was difficult to look up. Taking a fresh shortbread cookie, the vacationer asked his interlocutors if they didn't think the weather was really great today. It turned out to be Lenya Alisdebi. She was sitting at a table laden with various sweets and was surrounded by loyal maids, and after trying the cookies, the girl asked who had prepared such a delicacy. Pippin, who always followed the young lady like a shadow, confesses that the dessert was baked by Helen, the same one who was sent by the queen, to which the protagonist gloomily replies that it would not be difficult for her mother to poison her. The brunette screams at the princess in horror because deadly feuds between nobles and kings were a common occurrence, and the heroine already had a very strained relationship with her parents. But Lenya notes to herself that just the other day she sent Datron to serve in the kitchen, and she has already started cooking, and also how different she is from Pippin. The green-eyed maid, clearly understanding what the girl is afraid of, promises to sort out this difficult situation, but Alisdebi ultimately indifferently asks to leave everything as it is. The main character explains this by saying that Helena will still be able to try to kill her, so it doesn't matter where she works. But this unpleasant topic is interrupted by the appearance of a new face. It turned out to be Rodrigo, the protagonist's half-brother, a strong, broad-shouldered blond man. Now, instead of a military uniform, he was wearing a simple white shirt, and he sat down at his cousin's table without permission. Although the man smiled at Lenya in a very friendly and joyful manner, she looked away with an indifferent expression, as if there were conflicts between her and her relative. A very awkward atmosphere reigned, but if Rodrigo calmly ignored it, or sincerely did not notice it, then the poor maids did not know what to do to fix it. Then the young commander snorted and looked slyly at his half-sister, touching his chin with his fingers. He clearly enjoyed being in her company. After this, the audience is shown the girls' true feelings and thoughts. From them, it becomes clear that Lenya and Rodrigo never had a particularly warm relationship, even before the reincarnation. Alice Debbie only realized this when she was old enough to attend balls and aristocratic gatherings. Unlike her, the boy was born a bastard, so there was a huge difference in social status between them. The protagonist, clutching the edges of her dress, chides herself for not realizing this as a child, but her cousin lazily replies that the queen has been acting quieter lately. The princess slowly takes a cup of hot tea and explains that it is because the queen has decided to give her in marriage to Duke Clovis Zenoff, and in such a calm tone as if they were talking about shopping. Rodrigo only responds to this with a vague gasp, after which Lenya sarcastically remarks that her cousin must have a lot of work to do since he has settled in her palace and does nothing. Someone else might have been offended and would have started to furiously prove that he was simply taking a break from hard work. But the blonde only replied that "you're bored alone," causing the heroine to freeze with a cup of drink in her hands. The girl looked up and looked closely into the face of her illegitimate relative. No matter what conflicts there had been between them in the past, now Rodrigo looked like an ordinary loving brother who missed his family members. The protagonist lowered her head again and thought vaguely, "It's true," but whatever it meant, it was not at all easy for her to think about such things. But then the heroine managed to at least partially pull herself together, and with the look of an upset child, she grumbled that her cousin could think whatever he wanted. Then Lenya moved her chair further away from the table and continued to grumble that Rodrigo was acting like he was the smart one here, making Pippin feel very awkward. But no matter how childish she looked from the outside in her soul, the girl was occupied with an important question. Why was her cousin acting so friendly? Because they had never had particularly strong ties. The protagonist quickly found a cynical but plausible version for herself. The blonde is simply happy that the legitimate child of the kingdom's rulers has turned into a madman and a laughing stock. Alice Debbie sighed and was about to talk to Rodrigo, but then something unexpected happened. The young military leader abruptly said, "Valet," and stood up as if he saw not a servant, but a terrible ghost. The main character looked at this with great surprise. She could not believe that her cousin would react so sharply to the appearance of a servant, even a high-ranking one. A bead of sweat rolled down the man's face, and he quietly uttered the word "priest." The atmosphere grew increasingly dark, as if some kind of monster was approaching the characters, very slowly and cautiously, as if an unknown predator could jump on her back at any moment and bite her throat. Lenya turned her head to see who had scared Rodrigo so much. It was a man in white priestly robes and with very unusual long silver hair. He slowly approached the royal offspring and respectfully greeted them. On closer inspection, it became clear that this was not an old man, but a young effeminate man. His name was Luke, and he held the post of high priest, despite the fact that the Holy Father looked very handsome and friendly. The protagonist tensed up at the sight of him, no less than Rodrigo had a few minutes earlier. From a short exposition, it turns out that in this world, there is a Christian church whose priests enjoy great, almost superstitious respect. As servants of God, they can bless those around them, making their prayers and aspirations more noticeable to the Almighty. Lenya had not believed in God for a long time, but because of her upbringing, she continued to feel awe of the clergy, especially the high-ranking ones, while Luca continued to talk with the bastard. Rodrigo, for the first time in his life, abandoning his frivolous, relaxed behavior, admitted that he had barely arrived home. After all, everyone knew that his sister had fallen ill. Looking straight into the face of his interlocutor, the young high priest confirmed that he had come to the palace for similar reasons. He was worried about how things were going with the royal heiress. The gray-haired priest cast a very attentive glance at the princess, as if he was trying to scan her, learning her most secret thoughts and guarded secrets. When the protagonist realized where exactly he was looking, she tried to cover her hands, but it was too late. Luca had already clearly noticed the scars left by the scratches. The young white-haired high priest extended his own hand and asked if Alice Debbie would allow him to look at the injury so that he could provide proper assistance. But a second later, without bothering to wait for an answer, the cleric touched Lania's injured limb without trying to press or use force. But the girl still shuddered with her whole body from fear. Having checked the protagonist's reaction, Luca triumphantly decided that everything was exactly as he thought. The princess did not suffer from any abnormalities. The girl looked at the insightful cleric with fear. She'd spent so long in carefully building her reputation as a mentally ill person, and now she was being destroyed in a matter of seconds. Continuing to stare intently at his interlocutor, the gray-haired priest clarified that he did not mean that there were no deviations in principle. The heroine was physically healthy, that was certain. In fact, the problem is hidden not in her body, but in her mind. Like many people around her, Luca believes that Lenya suffers from some kind of unusual madness. According to the high priest, the disease is very deeply rooted in the blonde's brain, so it is impossible to predict what its development will lead to. While Rodrigo and the maids listened to him tensely, the priest suggested that the main character go to the temple and find his mentor. Perhaps he could somehow help the princess. After this, a small time skip occurs. Day gave way to evening, and that in turn gave way to night. The girl was already in bed and thinking about Luca's words. Lenya noted that the young high priest's speech sounded very similar to what various swindlers usually use, about spiritual illness and the like. The Pope of this world is a very cunning and ruthless man. He acts only in the interests of the Vatican and the Church, and many people have suffered from his intrigues. Luke may have looked like an angel descended from heaven who couldn't even touch a fly, but like many high-ranking priests, he was a much more complex and dangerous man. The beauty of this man amazed even Lenya. Lying in bed and thinking about the Holy Father, the princess could not stop blushing, remembering his femininely beautiful face. Luca enjoyed noticeable popularity with the opposite sex and also made a great career becoming the high priest of the capital's Temple of Pontian. But then the protagonist interrupts her train of thought, reminding herself that there are more important things to do. The girl remembered Duke Clovis, her past and future husband. For some reason, Zainov still remained in the kingdom, although he could have returned to the empire long ago. The heroine strained her memory and remembered that in his past life, the brunette had been on the road for quite a long time, until his older brother became very ill. This seemingly harmless fact made the blonde jump out of bed in a cold sweat. Mentally, she screamed that the aristocrat should under no circumstances return home when the emperor fell ill. The reason was that many other imperial nobles believed that Clovis was dreaming of overthrowing his brother and becoming the ruler of the state himself, so the poor guy automatically became the first suspect. Having estimated the dates, the girl realized that time had been lost. Alexis Roden had already fallen ill, so her duty was to prevent her lover's return at any cost for his own good. The next day, an unusual meeting was held at the residence of the younger Zenov. The Duke and his entourage were quite surprised that Princess Pontiano asked a foreign guest for a meeting. The protagonist's surprise was understandable. In the past, Lenya had made it clear that she didn't want to have anything to do with him. And now suddenly there was such a sharp change. Valencia clarified that this was an invitation, not a date, as one might think from the outside. But Clovis still did not understand what had suddenly come over Alice Davy. The secretary also had no idea, but Elton would probably have said everything he thought about the crazy princess, but his older brother shut him up with his hand in time. The assistant's question about whether Zainov was going to accept the invitation made the brunette grin slyly, and he assumed that the servants would stop him. Valencia honestly admits that she is against meeting Lenya, and then the Duke suggests that Elton might be in solidarity with her. But what does his brother Romanson think then? The knight explains that he will support any decision of the master, and since Clovis wants to meet the girl, he sums it up: 2 for and 2 against, which means a draw. The secretary began to dissuade her boss, but he interrupted her, asking Romanson to let his brother go. Otherwise, poor Elton was already starting to choke. Pushing his relative away and catching his breath, the red-haired youth shouted that Clovis should under no circumstances respond to this invitation. The devil knows what was going on in Lenya's head. The protagonist calmly reminds him that the last time he met Princess Pontiano, nothing terrible happened, but the secretary insists that it is better to return home to the Empire. However, Zenov had a completely different solution. He would go to see his prospective bride, and Elton would accompany him, but Valencia could rest. And in a completely different place, a similar dialogue was taking place. Rodrigo demanded answers from his sister about her intrigues, while the girl sat calmly at the table. But the protagonist ignores her cousin's concerns. She sips her tea with demonstrative indifference and asks if the commander is not going to train today. The irritated blonde ignores the empty questions and adds that he was informed that Lenya had recently officially asked Clovis Zenov for a meeting. Closing her eyes, the main character calmly lies that she has no hidden agenda. It's just that the Imperial is the first candidate for a groom, so it's logical that she wants to see him. Rodrigo, of course, is not fooled by such a lie. He immediately remembers how much his little sister did not want to date the brunette. So this whole story is full of blank spots. The princess feigns irritation and makes a speech. She was supposedly afraid of the Duke because of rumors that he was a bloodthirsty psychopath and murderer. But when they met in person, he gave the impression of being a very nice person. Thus, the heroine intends to get to know the guy better, and besides, her decision delighted the queen. Allegedly, she even burst into tears of happiness. The illegitimate youth thought about it. This already sounded much more convincing and logical, but he was worried about the queen. Had everything really gone so easily with her? Putting her cup of tea aside, the protagonist replied that no, her mother wasn't worried at all. And anyway, was her worry really a problem now? The girl remembers how her mother and her mysterious henchmen cornered her, threatening to severely punish Pepin, but hides her emotions and explains to her half-brother that the queen sincerely wanted a union between her daughter and the ruler's younger brother Cristiano. So there is no need to worry that the old schemer will start putting spokes in the wheels. And Lenya, with a sweet smile, invites Rodrigo to join her and Clovis for a walk. The man sighs in irritation and tiredness, but as befits a good commander, he eventually admits his defeat, even if only in a verbal dispute. Alice Debbie smiles slightly and says that it will be fun. Just like a cunning fox, anticipating how a stupid rabbit will fall into her trap and then onto the table. Rodrigo's keen gaze notices these ominous emotions, and the usually cold-blooded warrior begins to get nervous, as if his cousin was about to kill someone. Taking another short sip of aromatic tea, the blonde smiles sunny and says that she will arrange a date for the Duke on the shore of the lake. They will sail on boats, which promises to be very interesting, so let the others come too. The lake is shown to the readers right here. It looks very clean and transparent, like a giant mirror, and the weather was wonderful. Clear sky and bright sun. Clovis Zenov, as planned, arrived at the meeting place with the protagonist, accompanied by Elton and another servant in beautiful business suits. Besides them, a whole flock of Pontian aristocrats had gathered on the shore, and while the protagonist looked calm and collected, his secretary was still nervous. The brunette cast careful glances around. He was trying to find Lenya Alice Davy, but apparently also expected that the killer would jump out from around the corner at any moment. So far, everything looked as peaceful and natural as possible. The noble girls, for example, were whispering and giggling, discussing the latest gossip. Elton quietly and respectfully remarked that the Duke should not go boating today, to which the brunette wearily asked why. Obviously, he had heard this warning 100 times. Growing increasingly nervous, the red-haired youth replies that the main character will be in the same boat with the princess, and who knows what she will decide to do with her unhealthy head. The protagonist calmly answers, "We'll see," and casts a mocking glance at his assistant. Unlike him, the Duke felt only excitement and interest in what was happening. But immediately after that, Zainov turned his gaze to the side, like a dog sensing a scent. Someone's cry announced that the princess had finally arrived. The protagonist appeared before the assembled aristocrats in a very expensive and luxurious pink dress. It literally shimmered in the sun like a giant gem. Lenya Alisdebi smiled sweetly and shyly at everyone present, as if they were dear guests, and she was also accompanied by her half-brother Rodrigo, who had changed his shirt for a blue business suit. The girl shone like a pearl. She joyfully looked around at the assembled guests, noting how quickly they had arrived at the princess's invitation. Despite the heroine's reputation, the assembled nobles expressed only respect for her. Lenya even mentally notes this with some surprise. The exception was Clovis. Unlike the nobles of Pontiano, the brunette bowed his head and looked at the protagonist with some mockery, as if evaluating her acting. Meanwhile, the noble girls continued to quietly discuss what was happening. Hiding behind their fans, they noted the appearance of the royal daughter and the arrival of a foreign guest. So far, everything had gone according to Alice Daby's plan. She had managed to keep Zenoff from returning home, but she had no intention of actually marrying him, so the man was in for some crazy antics and pranks. However, as the well-known proverb goes, easier said than done, so the girl bit her lip furiously, trying to cope with the feelings overwhelming her. The protagonist was simply too handsome to resist admiring his face, so in the end, the heroine simply turned away from the Imperial and walked away complaining about the heat. The brunette watching her said nothing but grinned slyly. He clearly understood what emotions the blonde was actually experiencing, and it even amused him. Lenya walked leisurely, as befits a princess, among the guests. All these counts, marquises, and barons were decorously discussing their affairs or idle gossip, enjoying the buffet and the beauty of nature along the way. The girl triumphantly noted that almost everyone to whom the letters had been sent had come to the banquet. And yet it had been no small task for her to remember and find the most inveterate gossips of high society. Of course, her plan was seriously helped by the letters themselves. Alice Daby put all the necessary seals on them and sprayed them with perfume so that no one would have any doubts about the identity of the sender. Pretending to be genuinely happy at the sight of the high-born visitors, Lenya announced that boating on the lake would be the main event of the holiday. The guests expressed delight, showing complete approval of the protagonist's plans. You can't say that they are actually afraid of the crazy princess. Among those gathered, the main character singled out two aristocrats, Anna and Evelyn. She folded her arms across her chest and greeted the duo with eyes shining with delight. The girls reciprocated. In particular, one of them noted that the main character had become even more beautiful since their last meeting, to which Lenya responded with cloying modesty, "Is that really so?" The girls hastened to assure the hostess of the celebration that she was stunningly beautiful, and Alice Debbie again played the modest girl, saying that she hadn't even done anything special. This exchange of flattery could have continued for a long time, but one of the aristocrats, a brunette in a blue dress, got tired of it and decided to carefully get down to business. The blonde asked what was wrong, and Evelyn admitted with some trepidation that she had thought the princess was upset about the recent rumors. But if that wasn't the case, then everything was fine. The protagonist only smirked in response, looking at her interlocutor with a very pure and innocent baby gaze, as if she had no idea what they were talking about. In fact, of course, this was also planned and taken into account, so mentally the heroine was triumphant. But out loud, she only asked what kind of rumors her friends were talking about. The aristocrats awkwardly tried to explain, but then they came across Lenya's stern gaze. The girl seemed to be warning that insufficiently respectful treatment would lead to serious trouble. Frightened, Evelyn quickly stopped and assured that there were no rumors. And Anna, the girl with dark green hair, hid her face in fear behind a folded fan. The protagonist, however, was not going to calm down. Raising her voice, she demanded to explain what the guests meant by intending to expose themselves as an abnormal hysteric in front of the nobles and Clovis. Up until this point, her plans had been carried out perfectly, like a perfectly polished and oiled mechanism. But at the last moment, everything went awry. Zenoff intervened in the conversation, smiling affably at the future bride from the height of his grenadier height. The Duke from the neighboring state noted that he had not seen Lenya for a long time. The noblewomen saved from Alice Debbie's wrath turned out loud with interest, but the protagonist herself cursed mentally. Everything was going well, but at the most important moment, there was a misfire. However, it was too late to back down, so the blonde modestly lowered her gaze and greeted the foreign guest, thanking him for appearing at the banquet. The main character looked closely at his interlocutor and clearly wanted to talk to her about different things. But then the girl turned away, letting him know that the conversation was over. Unfortunately for her, the emperor's younger brother Cristiano was not going to give in so easily. He called the princess, wanting to renew their acquaintance. Such persistence did not please the heir to the throne of Pontian, so she turned around, calling Evelyn to continue the execution of the old plan of action. However, even here the failed schemer was in for an ambush. The young aristocrats apologized and assured that they were already leaving, introducing their betrothed to each other. A single drop of sweat rolled down Lenya's cheek. She smiled nervously and quietly gasped. Alice Debbie really didn't expect such a fiasco from the secondary figures. The heroine was about to follow the girls to convince them, but Clovis carefully grabbed her hand, and the girl almost screamed from fear. Looking intently into the blonde's blue eyes, Zenoff politely but firmly asked her to talk to him, only alone without all these gossips. The protagonist looked away in fear, feeling her face flush and cold shivers running down her spine. She had trapped herself, and yet triumph was so close. However, the main character was not going to retreat after the first failure. Since the main plan did not work, it was time to use an additional one. Now, without a shadow of embarrassment or doubt, looking into the Duke's face, Lenya Alice Debbie demanded that he let go of her hand in a polite but very decisive manner. The protagonist did not want to let go of his beloved, so the blonde herself pulled her hand out of his palm, which poor Clovis continued to hold open. But to give the brunette his due, he would not have become a great commander of his country if he retreated so easily. So Zenoff took the girl's hand again, but as if he was going to kiss her, and acknowledging his disrespect, the young Duke moved his second limb behind his back and then bowed to the surprised Lenya, asking her for forgiveness for her rudeness. Then the main character bowed very low, closed his eyes, and tenderly kissed the outside of Alice Debbie's palm, just like a noble knight of antiquity. The poor heroine was ready to burn with embarrassment. She silently begged the man not to do this, but she herself could no longer do anything about it. After finishing the kiss, Clovis, still holding the princess's fragile hand, admitted that he thought she wanted to arrange a celebration just for the two of them, without witnesses. Almost crying from an excess of emotions, the protagonist thought, could this really be the same man she married in her past life? He behaved completely differently. Gathering her strength, the heiress of Pontian replied that it meant nothing. She had invited the emperor's brother only as an honored guest. And besides, she did not like the fact that he had switched to the familiar you. Zenoff hastened to apologize to the princess for this, but the girl noted that he did not look repentant at all. And then the guy jokingly asked for forgiveness again. More and more guests around began to discuss their affairs or watch the couple, so the main character decided to ask the protagonist directly what he wanted. And the man admitted that he was going to discuss them. Alice Debbie's cheeks began to blush again with embarrassment. She understood perfectly well what Clovis meant, but she still decided to clarify it. The Imperial calmly replied that he wanted to talk about different things, but immediately after that, he asked if the princess thought that the two of them should demonstrate their closeness more often. And when asked why, Zenoff chuckled. His answer was succinct. Because we're getting married soon, so it would make sense if the main characters were seen together more often, holding hands or hugging. The protagonist blushed terribly from embarrassment. Deep down, she continued to love the brunette, so she could only squeeze out of herself that there was no point in making wishes. Duke Clovis remembered talking to Lenya in the thicket of the park, asking why she didn't love him. But he noted out loud that the blonde was still unable to find an answer to this question. In her mind, the main character agreed that her prospective fiancé was completely right, but it was too late to back out. She had to give him a clear answer no matter how unpleasant it might be. However, first the girl decided to change the subject. She asked if the Duke liked to go boating, because Lake Rob, near which everyone had gathered, was especially magnificent at this time of year. The imperial aristocrat did not refuse. Bowing his head and smiling slightly, he admitted that this option for spending time sounded quite good. Princess Pontian could no longer look at that beautiful, beloved face, so she sadly lowered her gaze and promised to show her fiancé the beauty of nature. The protagonist responded nonchalantly that he was looking forward to this opportunity, but the main character thought bitterly that everything that happened next would be entirely the brunette's fault. Meanwhile, the atmosphere remained peaceful and bright. The sun cast playful rays on the transparent water surface, and playful dragonflies chirped in the thickets. The young princess walked slowly along the path, and her dress also sparkled in the rays of the sun, as if it were strewn with numerous gems or pearls. Of course, she was not walking alone. Duke Zenoff remained next to her, and while any other lady would have been delighted by such company, Lenya was depressed and gloomy. The man occasionally cast playful glances at his companion, who was wondering what was going on. The brunette was behaving completely differently than she remembered from her life before reincarnation. All these smiles, glances, and touches hinted that Clovis sincerely fell in love with the blonde. Of course, he had treated his wife with warmth before, but not to such an extent. Against her will, the girl remembered the night when the protagonist had entered her garden and watched her through the window. Then there were such unusual emotions on the aristocrat's face that he could have been mistaken for another person. Alice Debbie herself could admit that deep down, she had always feared one thing, that her husband's good-natured attitude was a pretense caused only by her royal origin. And the current Clovis is nothing like the past. He feels much more open and sincere, and the protagonist assumes that he is one of those people who fall in love. Unlike her, tormented by doubts and guesses, the main character looked very calm, like a man who has everything he wants and walks through life with his head held high. Looking at his good-natured and happy face, Lenya continued to look for a reason why one person could change so abruptly, but she couldn't come up with anything. When they finally arrived, a boat was already waiting for them, but it was not a tiny gondola for two, but a fairly large vessel decorated for the holiday. Looking at it, decorated with a tent to protect from the sun, Zenoff even says out loud that he imagined the transport for a water walk to be much more modest. Hearing this, the girl could not hold back her laughter. Turning to her companion with a smile, she asks if he really thought that they would be met by some gondola. The protagonist notes that Rob is a very large lake, so it is easier to navigate it on large vessels, while the same gondolas are more effective on small rivers. The protagonist notes with surprise that the blonde knows a lot about these boats, and the princess comes to her senses. In Pontiano, people are practically unfamiliar with this type of transport. She herself had learned about them in a past life, thanks to the fact that she had married Clovis and lived in the empire for some time. But how could she now explain her knowledge to him? An ancient as the world but always effective technique came to the rescue. Lenya pretended to be a forgetful fool who seemed to have heard something like that from someone, but from whom? Exaggeratedly straining her memory, the girl eventually reveals that she heard about it from her half-brother Rodrigo, not suspecting that someone had found them. Almost as if on cue, the protagonist's cousin appeared nearby. Breaking away from the annoying guests, he immediately asked what the blonde had heard from him. Someone else would have been scared, thinking that a good lie was under threat, but not Alice Davy. On the contrary, she decided that this was her finest hour. Without giving her relative time to think, the main character exploded into a speech. He had definitely told her about the god gnolls and how popular they were in Cristiano. That was true, right? The man very hesitantly suggested that perhaps he had actually said something like that, and Lenya interrupted him with a new stream of words, which boiled down to the fact that yes, she remembered correctly. Smiling coquettishly and putting her fingers to her chin, the girl explained that her brother often tells interesting facts about other countries, since she is constantly stuck in Pontien. But suddenly, a fourth participant appears on the stage. Silvery hair like a spider web flutters in the wind, under which snow-white clothes sparkle. Hearing a familiar voice and seeing its owner, the protagonist immediately forgot about games and pretense. She just stared forward, amazed and a little frightened. Naturally, it turned out to be the high priest Luke. He was not on the list of invitees, but the young cleric somehow found out about the banquet and showed up. Seeing this man, Lenya Alice Deby said a little tensely and disrespectfully that they somehow saw each other too often, and in her thoughts, she lamented that he appeared just now. Oddly enough, Clovis Zenov shared this dislike. He agreed out loud that the gray-haired man was in plain sight too often, and expressed the hope that the latter at least had an invitation. Here Rodrigo took the floor. It turns out that Luca had come to the king, and the bastard prince, having encountered him, asked the high priest to drop in on the celebration. It also turned out that the high priest Pontian was acquainted with the emperor's younger brother Cristiano. They greeted each other dryly, admitting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Forgetting all the rules of decency, the brunette grabbed the blonde by the hand and pulled her towards himself. He didn't want to communicate with the strange priest to such an extent. Leading the protagonist towards the boat, the main character said that they had business here, making it clear that he was not going to communicate with Luca any further. Alice Deby looked at her companion with considerable shock. She did not expect such a sharp reaction from him, although she could understand it a little. But then the girl turned around when Luca addressed her. Like an experienced psychologist, the gray-haired priest decided to give the princess some advice. No matter how painful and scary it was for her, she shouldn't dedicate her life to loneliness. Like an angel conveying the will of God, the high priest warned that people choose loneliness after experiencing pain in relationships and trying to protect themselves or others, but allowing this to become the basis of their existence is a terrible mistake. Luke ends this short sermon by explaining that God himself is interested in Lenya's fate. He knows her feelings, so these words were conveyed as a consolation. Be that as it may, the main characters still reach the boat. The owner set sail from the shore, allowing the clients to enjoy the view of the azure water sparkling in the sun. The protagonist characteristically remembered the words of the Holy Father and tried to guess what they meant, who, according to the high priest, she was trying to protect with her alienated behavior. The protagonist also sat thoughtfully looking into the void. It was obvious that Luca's words had sunk into his soul, but for now Clovis was not going to share his thoughts with anyone. Looking at her companion, the princess admitted to herself that everything she was doing now was aimed at discouraging Zonov from getting married so that he would not die from the queen's machinations and would live a happy life. Thinking about this, Lenya felt sad and melancholy. No matter how hard she convinced herself, proving that she was acting logically and correctly, her heart still ached from melancholy. So she sat there, sad and melancholy, until the young duke addressed her. Turning to him, the girl was stunned by the direct proposal of marriage. The man looked at her with genuine warmth and affection. as if they had known each other for many years, and now the time had finally come to confess their feelings. The brunette admitted that he would make his chosen one happy, and this banal, in essence phrase made the protagonist flare up like a candle from embarrassment. All the blood rushed to Alice Debbie's head. It seemed that a little more, and she would faint, so strongly did Clovis's words touch her soul, exhausted with anxiety. From the outside, Lenya really did look like she was having an attack. Zinov even asked if she was breathing, sincerely worried about the bride's well-being. Having clarified that the Imperial really intends to bring things to a wedding, the princess notes that they are seeing each other for the second time in their entire lives. But the man calmly retorts that for marriages of convenience among the nobility, this is a normal thing. In fact, the main characters were still very lucky. They were at least able to see each other and talk a little. And although the blonde could not cover this argument, she still refused. The protagonist lies that she wants to marry for love, and this answer throws Zainov off track. He awkwardly replies that someone like him, implying that any girl would fall in love with him, and such self-confidence begins to infuriate the heroine. The dialogue ends up with Alice Debbie lying about not loving Clovis, not for any reason but just like that, and the poor boatman is forced to listen to this with an ever-increasing sense of awkwardness. With his arms folded across his chest, the emperor's younger brother admits that this does sound reasonable, but he is not going to back down. He asks what can be done to get the protagonist to marry him. Trying not to lose her composure, the main character replies that no matter what he does, she will not go down the aisle with a man she doesn't love. At this point, Princess Pontiano was about to end the conversation, but the Duke was incredibly persistent. He took his companion's hand again, causing her to shudder. He said that Alice Debbie was more suitable for him than any other famous girl, so in the guy's opinion, this was a logical reason to continue courting her. If it had been any other man, Lenya would have sent him to hell long ago, perhaps with a slap in the face, but Zainov's touches made her melt like butter in a frying pan. Looking at her languidly with his amber eyes, the protagonist once again asked the girl to take him as her husband, but she only gloomily lowered her head. Driven to a near hysterical state by her companion's persistence, the protagonist roughly pulled her hand from his limbs and, almost crying, shouted, "No." She shouted that she had made her opinion on this matter very clear many times before and backed away as if Clovis were a dangerous criminal lying in wait in an alley. In her excitement, the main character completely forgot that she was on a small ship and not on solid ground. At some point, she hit the side and lost her balance. Lenya managed to scream that she didn't want to hear anything more about it before realizing that she was falling into cold, deep water. Zenov tried to catch her with his hand, but to no avail. The protagonist sank to the bottom like a stone very quickly. She couldn't swim, and she was wearing a very heavy and large dress, so it would have been difficult even for an athlete to surface in such conditions. The main character began to look more like a doll thrown away by its owner than a living person. She did not move at all and did not even open her eyes. Most likely, this would have been the end of the story if one man well known to readers had not jumped into the water, ignoring any danger to himself. Very gently, as if she were a fragile porcelain figurine, Clovis picked up his beloved, not allowing her to sink to the very bottom and giving her a feeling of warmth. The girl timidly opened her eyes, feeling this along with the touch of the sun's rays. Fragments from the previous conversation somehow reflexively sounded in her head. It seemed to the blonde that this had been going on for a very long time, that the mysterious interlocutor was asking her about something, and she was trying to find an answer, but in fact, the protagonist quickly found herself on the shore. The heroine was almost not physically harmed, but a crowd of people still crowded around her. Not counting Zenov, there were Rodrigo Luca and many guests nearby. The guys were sincerely glad that Alice Debbie came to her senses, but the problems did not end there. The unsuccessful drowning and the stress she had experienced piled up on the poor girl. She trembled all over and sneezed loudly. The water in the lake, despite the fine summer day, was monstrously cold, and yet the girl had spent at least several minutes there. The atmosphere changed dramatically. The guests dropped their polite facades and began to openly discuss how crazy Lenya was to jump into the lake. The idea that what happened could have been a tragic accident did not even occur to these gossips. They immediately decided that the princess had tried to commit suicide. Soon, a worried Pepin ran up to the protagonist, and although the heroine tried to assure her that everything was fine with her and there was nothing to worry about, the maid was not convinced. It wasn't hard to understand why. Alice Davy was shivering terribly from frostbite, and her clothes not only didn't help keep her warm, but were actually sucking it out because they were wet. It was impossible to leave the protagonist in this state any longer, but the men did not know how to help her or were too confused by what had happened. Zenof was the first to come to his senses. As a commander, he was used to acting in difficult situations, so he quickly but gently lifted the blonde into his arms. It would seem that the main character had experienced such stress that she would not have been embarrassed in principle. But deep down, she loved Clovis so much that she again blushed like a tomato. Seeing this spectacle, Rodrigo finally came to his senses and offered the young duke to carry the lady instead of him. But his offer was never accepted. The brunette answered directly that he was obliged to do such work, not paying attention to the many other men who could lift the fragile girl. However, the main character did not have time to take even a few steps with the noble burden. A loud response was heard, and Zenof immediately stopped to listen. It turned out to be Valencia, running so fast that she was out of breath, but the reason was not Lenya's unsuccessful swim. The secretary had bad news from home. Emperor Cristiano Alexis Rodin was incredibly ill. He could no longer move on his own and was now writhing in bed, wanting to see his younger brother. The protagonist sadly noted that the sovereign's illness, despite all efforts, was progressing, and promised to return to the empire at the first opportunity, which Alice Davy immediately heard. This whole banquet was conceived as a way to detain her lover, to save him from the snake pit in the imperial palace. So even after what she had experienced, she was not going to retreat. She touched his clothes, faintly but noticeably, like a baby seeking support from a parent, and the brunette turned his gaze to the girl, not without surprise. It was very difficult for the protagonist to speak. She still felt weak and sick, as if she had been beaten with stones for a long time, but she squeezed out the words with all her might. Looking straight into the amber eyes of the savior, the main character warned him that he should not return home now, under any circumstances, otherwise there would be terrible trouble. Some time passed. Midday gave way to sunset, illuminating the pink palace with a crimson glow, and the princess listened to the report of when and by what road Clovis would go. Lenya, who had already recovered from the shock and regained some of her strength, thought sadly about what had happened. Of course, she knew how events would develop, but it was still hard. For example, no matter how much Zenof was in love with the blonde, he was not going to simply take her word for it without proof in such important matters. And Alice Davy could not somehow explain why he should ignore the terminally ill Brad. So now the protagonist was sitting on the bed and scolding herself in every way. She was especially angry that she had committed such a terrible stupidity, simply spilling everything out in the open like a madwoman. And this thought gives birth to a brilliant idea in essence. The heroine already has a reputation as crazy, which means she can do or say any stupid thing, and everyone will perceive it as something natural. Then it was a small matter. Lenya called Pepin and told her that the messenger should go to the road along which Clovis would travel and tell the duke that the princess urgently wanted to see him. The devoted maid had already gotten used to her mistress's eccentricities, but this whim surprised even her. After all, Alice Debbie had made it clear that she didn't like the brunette, and now she suddenly desperately didn't want to let him go. But this time the blonde did not explain her plans to the brunette. She assured her that the matter was so urgent that not even a second could be lost under any circumstances. Some time passes, and the readers see a luxurious imperial carriage driving along a forest path, and how the coachman suddenly orders the horses to stop. Zenof was quite surprised when a messenger caught up with him and told him that the heiress of Pontian had some very urgent business for him, but the messenger assured him that it was a matter of a few minutes and the lady would soon arrive. Valencia reminds the host that they have already stayed quite a while as guests, and they can talk to the princess later simply by coming to the kingdom again. The man, however, counters this argument with unexpected ease. He says that they are already late, thereby hinting that there is no longer any need to hurry. Elton tries to convince the gentleman that the girl is right, but Clovis ignores the secretary and asks the messenger when Lenya should arrive. Valencia doesn't say anything, but you don't have to be an experienced investigator to understand her true feelings. The woman is genuinely worried about the changes in her boss's behavior. She was even more worried about the reaction of the rest of the ruling family. If Zainov did not have time to see his brother, his nephew could easily perceive this as a rebellion. Clovis could not help but understand this, especially since, according to Valencia, he had been working for a long time to restore the shaken relations with the sovereign. Fortunately, at this moment, Alice Daby's carriage finally appears. Luxurious, decorated with gilding and scarlet flowers, and pulled by two beautiful horses. Lenya jumping out of the carriage looked bad, as if she had run the whole way on foot. She was so red-faced, sweaty, and out of breath. The main character didn't say anything. She silently rushed forward, as if a horde of bloodthirsty demons were chasing her, and the Hertz retinue was her only salvation. The brunette was immensely surprised by this performance. During their short acquaintance, he had managed to get used to a lot of things, but now he could only blink with his mouth open. This is partly exactly what the protagonist needed. Having reached the guy, the blonde immediately rushed to hug him by the chest, as if they had just finished a dance. The main character did not have time to say or do anything now, because the princess closed her eyes and slowly reached for the Duke's lips for a gentle kiss. Elton, Valencia, and the other servants watched this with incredible shock, confusion, and some even with affection, because no one could have predicted such a move on the part of Alice Daby. And by this point, the kiss between the main characters had already ended. Very slowly, desperately not wanting to part, even in a small way, the girl pulled away from the man. Then the protagonist looked up at her prospective groom. Flushed with embarrassment, with her eyes shining with moisture, she seemed like Cupid descended from heaven. The cunning heroine took full advantage of this image of a gentle, defenseless beauty to ask Zainov about the most important thing, not to leave Pontiano. Perhaps a more cynical and emotionally stingy person would have been able to resist such cuteness, but the brunette with all his intelligence could not. Gently, as if afraid to scare the beautiful fawn, Clovis stroked Lenya's cheek and then quietly admitted that he probably couldn't live without her either. Soon it became dark, causing the forest to resemble a huge labyrinth through which a luxurious white and red carriage, drawn by snow-white horses, was driving. Inside, a light was burning, and the main characters were resting on the soft seat. They were quietly discussing their situation. But Lenya avoided looking at the young aristocrat. She felt terribly shy about what had happened. She had previously planned not to approach the Imperial, even within cannon shot, but it all ended like this. The man had much better control over himself, and he understood perfectly well that the young princess had not fallen in love with him in a matter of seconds. He was interested in why she would not let him go home. This dry, almost businesslike question was able to bring the protagonist to her senses. She straightened up, the blush on her cheeks disappeared, and her gaze acquired its former firmness. Putting her hands on her knees, the main character asked if Zainov knew about these persistent rumors about her madness since he had come to Pontiano to check them. However, Alice Debbie understood perfectly well that this could not be the only reason. Looking resolutely at the future groom, she declared that she would answer his question, but Clovis would have to use her. As the carriage continued to meander through the trees, the protagonist shared her guess with the main character. He needed an excuse to avoid the close attention of his brother and nephew. Pinching the edges of her dress in awkward conversation, Lenya admitted that the brunette probably knew it himself. If he returned now, Crown Prince Dionaldo would make a target out of him. In her mind, the girl assumed that the emperor was probably calling her brother to ask him to hide temporarily. But out loud, she suggested using their relationship to divert the prince's possible anger. Clovis calmly asks how this will help. After all, he and Alice Debbie are not in any official relationship, so no one will care. The protagonist couldn't help but admit that he was entirely right. But it was excruciatingly unpleasant for her to admit it. She squeezed her dress even tighter and hid her gaze. Blushing desperately and hiding her eyes, the girl offers to introduce her as the lover of the younger Zenoff. But the man is not satisfied with this proposal. He reminds that ordinary love relationships are ephemeral in the eyes of politicians. So marriage is the only reliable guarantee, but the heroine stubbornly repeats that there will be no wedding. To somehow justify the refusal, Lenya says that she wants to be a strong and independent woman, and in feudal society, wives are in fact just an appendage to their husbands and children. Hearing this, the protagonist is unable to hold back a respectful grin. But immediately after that, he teases his interlocutor, saying that she understands these nuances too well. This makes Alice Debbie come to her senses, and she mentally notes that she has been too frank with the Duke. She can't continue like this. Embarrassed, the blonde once again suggests passing them off as lovers. This will be enough to distract the Emperor at first, and there will be enough time to come up with a plan of action regarding the prince. In response, Clovis places his large masculine hand on the protagonist's fragile palm, and while she is quietly seething with embarrassment, calmly asks, "What if I refuse you? What if I guarantee you freedom?" All these questions once again boiled down to the fact that they should get married. As much as Lenya dreamed of avoiding this, Zenoff was just as eager to put a ring on her finger. Looking at his face, the unfortunate princess felt like a kettle that had been left to boil on the fire and forgotten. She was simply torn apart by conflicting feelings and desires. Alice Debbie recalls her past life. Then she was the only duchess in the entire empire, the highest ranking and most powerful woman after the empress. Although she made an even more striking impression than the wife of the new emperor, Diono Rodin III. At that time, she still did not understand what this could lead to. But now the main character was sure that it was then that the young sovereign turned against his uncle and his wife. And the key element of the enmity could be the fact that Lenya was more beautiful and brighter than the empress. Thinking about all this, Alice Debbie quietly laughed, and the carriage continued to drive through the forest. Twilight gave way to night, but the horses saw the road. Then the girl refused the guy's proposal. Such an important person as a duchess in principle cannot have true freedom, and her personal life can definitely be said bye. Then Zenoff offers a Solomonic solution in the form of an engagement, and the protagonist finally decides to agree. Apparently, there really is no other way out of the situation. Having carefully considered all possible options and alternative paths, the blonde agrees, but with one condition. It will not come to marriage. The engagement will be annulled in 2 years. By this time, the crew had finally arrived at the royal castle of Pontiano. Candles were burning from all the windows, and a huge blue moon was illuminating the building from above. The young duke once again asks what he did to deserve such sincere antipathy from his companion. The man sincerely could not understand her strong desire to avoid marriage. But at this point, the scene is interrupted. Instead, the action moves forward several hours into the future, when it is deep night and the moon shines through the windows onto the roof of the room. The main character lay on the couch and recalled the end of the conversation. Then she simply sighed in irritation and, refusing to explain anything, demanded that their connection be used as an excuse for refusal. As usual, the protagonist was torn between conflicting emotions and impulses. She was simultaneously glad that she had achieved such a compromise, and at the same time desperately reaching out to the Duke with her soul and body. She had a hard time dealing with Zenoff because of how pushy he was. Anyone else would have gotten a slap in the face for harassing her, but this was Clovis, and he was so different from his colder past self that it was off-putting. Princess Pontiano had no idea that Pepin was watching her tossing and turning, and the devoted maid characteristically was very frightened, as if her mistress were dancing some kind of demonic dances in the moonlight. Eventually, the brunette dared to disturb the lady, but she looked so tense, as if she was afraid of being punished with scissors in the eyes for disturbing her. Luckily for her, the protagonist still wasn't going to sleep yet, so the blonde didn't get angry, but only calmly asked, yawning, what business Pippin had with her now. As it turned out, the frightened appearance of the servant, Lenya, was not connected with the princess herself. It was just that the queen and a certain Prince Ludwig were heading to these chambers, and they would be here very soon. With feigned calm, the protagonist noted that she had suspected this, and then gave the order to bring the high-born guests as soon as they crossed the threshold of the residence of the heir to the throne. After a while, the soft, expensive carpet absorbed the sound of the heeled foot, and its owner held a candle in her hands to see her surroundings in the darkness of the night. It was the queen, accompanied by a man in a white suit, and although she tried to greet her daughter in a friendly manner, the older blonde looked at the younger one as if she was planning how best to finish her off and eat her. The queen's companion, with whom she threatened the protagonist to cruelly punish Pepin, was Ludwig Alasdabi, the first prince, a young man with golden hair and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. Lenya orders her head maid to turn on the light and leave the room so that the family can talk in comfort. But at the same time, it is clearly visible how unpleasant it is for the heroine to interact with these relatives of hers. All three of them settled down in cozy burgundy upholstered chairs, with Ludwig choosing the one that was opposite the main character's seat. Looking at it, she noted that the resemblance between them was so striking that it was even creepy. Ironically, the girl had previously liked having a brother who could even be mistaken for a twin, but much had changed since then. The prince, however, was now looking at his sister with the same predatory gaze as their mother. The protagonist mentally pulled herself up short. No matter how complicated her relationship with Ludwig was, he was still her older brother, so Lenya didn't want to turn absolutely all members of the family against her. The first thing the queen noted was that her daughter was in a good mood, which was good news, but the heir to the throne remained silent for now, but his smile was more eloquent than any words. Then the queen confesses that the birds brought her an extremely interesting rumor. Something remarkable happened between her daughter and the famous Duke Clovis Zenoff from the Christian Empire. All this time, the older woman was reaching out to the younger one, as if she was going to pat her on the shoulder encouragingly, but the heroine suddenly recoiled. But the antagonist chose to ignore this and simply asked what the plans were for the wedding celebration. Just as she had done before, at the very beginning of the story, the queen began to explain to the protagonist how beneficial this marriage was. Yes, first of all, the entire kingdom as a whole would benefit from it, but Lenya herself should also understand how to successfully become the wife of such a man. Someone else might have been impressed and agreed with the antagonist's conclusions, or would have entered into a heated argument, proving the moral side of the situation. But the younger Alice Debbie only laughed quietly. At first, it was a short and quiet laugh, as if the main character had heard a not very good joke, but then her laughter grew louder, making the queen feel out of place, and Ludwig sullenly rest his beautiful chiseled chin on his hand. After laughing, the protagonist replied that she thought so. This marriage was incredibly important for her family, but these seemingly innocent words literally dripped with poison and sarcasm. The narrator interrupts the narrative for a brief exposition to remind us that Clovis is the younger brother of the current dying Emperor Rodin II and the uncle of Prince Dionaldo, who is to be crowned Rodin III. The relationship between them was extremely tense because the protagonist, as the younger brother, had some chance of inheriting the throne. But he did not want this and avoided interaction with his relatives all his life so as not to frighten them. However, to no avail, and it is possible that this was facilitated by the fact that Zenoff, instead of some peaceful path, chose the role of commander-in-chief of the troops. While the brothers could still tolerate each other, the relationship between uncle and nephew was hopelessly damaged, and nothing could be done about it. After this, the action moves to the royal palace, but not the one that stands in Pontiano. It was a completely different building, decorated with a blue carpet and furniture. Despite the late hour, the owner of the palace did not even think about falling asleep. This man listened with a bored look to the report, which spoke about a certain woman. The servant, kneeling like a slave, confirmed the ruler's guess, but added that it was not just any girl that was being talked about. It was Lenya herself, the Princess of Pontiane. Dionaldo noted dismissively that rumors of her madness had reached even the top of the empire, but he could not believe that Clovis Zenoff had dared to disobey the emperor for the sake of some woman. The action took place in the prince's luxuriously furnished office, and the latter, as if already an established sovereign, sat proudly in a chair demanding details of what had happened. The future Rodin III discussed aloud with himself how incredible it sounded that a man who had become famous as a desperate fighter would suddenly fall in love so easily. It was nonsense, especially since the servant had not said anything about girls in his reports to begin with. The servant, afraid of incurring the prince's wrath, clarifies that at first, no women were involved in this story. The information was updated literally just now, and Dionaldo notes that such a sharp change in character is certainly not like Clovis. The informer mentions that the emperor's younger brother went to Pontiane to check the rumors about the madness of the princess, famous for her beauty. But the young man is sure that his uncle was attracted not only by her appearance. The young man, with crimson hair and eyes, thought for a long time about what solution would be best to choose in such a situation, until he finally found the right one. Dionaldo crossed his legs lordly and admitted out loud that if Uncle Clovis had stayed for the sake of the wedding with his chosen one, then no one would dare punish him. However, this was not an admission of defeat, because the wily prince was about to tell something else, and the servant, without raising his head, turned all ears. On the wall of the office was a huge portrait of a sturdy gray-bearded old man cradling a crimson-haired baby in his arms. But the image was fake. Dionaldo confesses that the painting actually depicts his grandfather, Rodin Fafmain, together with his youngest son, Clovis, but it was altered on Alexis's orders to hide the fact that the old emperor did not care about his grandson. The hoax turned out to be very credible. If someone who did not know the background looked at the portrait, they would unconditionally take the baby with pink hair for the current crown prince. Smiling at the corner of his lips, the young man muttered that his grandfather must have loved his youngest son very much, especially since it was even decided to capture this on canvas. This fact caused unimaginable envy in the young man. He simply could not come to terms with the fact that Rodin I loved his youngest child, but not his grandson, and desperately wanted to take revenge on Clovis for this by making him suffer. The servant was forced to agree with the maddened boy in order not to get into trouble, and after that, the focus returned to the Alasdabi family, who were just then arguing heatedly. Ludwig explained to his sister that Duke Zenoff was a very tempting candidate for marriage because he was a member of the imperial family, a very influential person in a huge and powerful country, and for the princess of a small and weak kingdom, this was a real jackpot. The protagonist interrupts her older brother and, with an irritated look, lists the unflattering nicknames that Clovis was given for his participation in battles: demon, killer, bloody knight, and the like. In this way, the main character asked her family if they were so cruel as to give their daughter in marriage to a man with such a bad reputation, without the slightest hesitation. But Prince Pontian only smirked. Winking at his sister, he simply replied that he had spoken with Zenoff, and he seemed far from a bloodthirsty savage, so Lenya's arguments would not work in this situation. The girl glared angrily at the man who had so easily dismissed her arguments, but the younger Alasdebi would not be herself if she gave up after the first small defeat. Since hinting at the conversation, in this case, turned out to be useless, the protagonist decided to choose the tactic of shocking directness. Looking closely into the eyes of her brother and mother, she said that all their thoughts were directed only at politics, and they did not care about the princess herself. Moreover, they actually hope that after becoming a duchess and one of the most influential figures in the Cristiano Empire, Lenya will provide every possible support to her family. And this, for the first time in the entire conversation, made the queen and the prince freeze with their mouths open. Despite the fact that this was very close to the truth, the queen was still not going to lay her cards on the table so easily. She jumped up and, feigning righteous indignation, began to scold her daughter for thinking so badly of her relatives. Ludwig also quickly recovered from the shock and pulled himself together, but he chose a completely different strategy than his mother. The young man smiled slyly and asked the protagonist a simple but unpleasant question. The blonde schemer asked if the girl would really prefer one of her brothers to go to the Empire as a drone, and then reminded her once again that Duke Clovis Zenoff was incredibly rich and influential, a very advantageous suitor. The blonde finishes to herself that it was precisely because of his status and influence that the brunette would be vilely killed, and then she looked at her sibling with incredible fury. It was as if a forest fire had broken out behind her. The queen, guessing her eldest son's thoughts, immediately supported his game. Gently touching Lenya's hand, the eldest blonde reminded her that Clovis felt sincere sympathy for her, and many girls could only dream of marriages for love. In addition, the antagonist reminds us that other minor kingdoms were forced to give their princes to the empire as hostages, condemning them to an unknown fate. And here again, a marriage with a noble and worthy man. Just as the queen took on the role of the good cop, Ludwig decided to play the bad cop. He directly threatens his younger sister that if she does not agree to marry the young duke, then Rodrigo will go to the empire, and she doesn't want that at all, right? The poor bastard will be treated extremely badly there, which he does not deserve. And besides, the eldest prince mentions that their illegitimate brother is very valuable as a knight. The heroine cannot help but understand that his loss will affect the powers of Pontian. The villains could triumph because the protagonist was truly cornered. She didn't know how to come up with logical counter-arguments, and she wasn't so heartless as to sacrifice Rodrigo for her own comfort. The narrator takes the floor again to explain to the readers the meaning of the situation. Drones was the contemptuous name given to the foreign princes taken as hostages by the inhabitants of Cristiano, completely deprived of their former power or respect. This nightmare began with the death of Roden I, the father of Alexis and Clovis, the grandfather of Dionaldo, and he was the one who maintained very warm, friendly relations with many of the heirs to the throne in foreign countries. He introduced this policy to prevent the suppression of rebellions among neighbors and vassals, and besides, it was to the advantage of the junior kingdoms themselves. The captives actually served as diplomats, representing their home states in the best light. Everything changed when Roden II, Clovis's elder brother, ascended the imperial throne. Unlike his father, the young emperor did not feel friendly emotions towards the numerous foreign princes. If before this, the princes were respected envoys and beloved guests among the aristocracy of the empire, then afterwards the situation became the opposite. They began to be treated as laughing stocks, punching bags, and simply useless parasites. Some hostages, unable to withstand such stress, went into all sorts of serious troubles. They became alcoholics, got involved with criminal organizations, completely ruining their lives. And Lenya, from her past life, even compared them to wilted flowers that had lost their former beauty. Now, of course, Alice Debbie could not allow Rodrigo to turn into such a drone. Perhaps they were not friends, but such a fate was still a terrible punishment for a man who had done nothing bad to the main character. Meanwhile, the queen continued to skillfully play her role. Seeing her daughter's doubts and hesitation, she quietly added that it was very easy to avoid such a tragedy. For this, the princess only needed to go down the aisle with Clovis Zenoff. It is unknown how long they would have continued to brainwash the girl with their threats and offers, but in the end, the main character got tired of it. Closing her eyes, she abruptly stood up from the chair, having calmed the rage seething in her chest towards her mother and brother. A little, the protagonist looked straight at them and asked them to leave as politely as possible. she no longer had the strength or desire to listen to them. Since the vile relatives were not going to leave, Lenya did not start a new scandal because of this, and left the room herself, completely ignoring the shocked look of the prince or the indignant shouts of the queen. When the door slammed behind the princess, her older brother lazily rolled his eyes and muttered, "What a crazy woman." Ludwig was clearly not used to the fact that those around him could simply turn around and walk away from him like some kind of annoying advertiser. The prince began to rise apparently to find the girl and make her listen to him to the end. But the queen warned her offspring not to do this, since unnecessary pressure could do more harm than good to their plans. The older blonde reminded that the main character, despite her status as the crazy youngest daughter, actually owns their lives. Without her, the royal clan will never be able to form an alliance with the imperial family or control the actions of the illegitimate Rodrigo. The prince, however, did not agree with these arguments. In his opinion, the parent had become unacceptably soft with Lenya, which is why the latter had completely gotten out of hand and began to be rude to her older relatives in their faces, as if they had turned into dirty tramps in her eyes. Perhaps it was just Ludwig's bruised ego, or perhaps Pontian culture frowned upon rude behavior toward elder family members. Either way, the prince was truly offended by the disrespectful protagonist. It is possible that in a different situation, the queen would have agreed with her son and ordered the punishment of her daughter. But now the situation was completely different. So the antagonist decided to let the heroine get away with it, especially since she chose a different path anyway. But then, the woman opened her red eyes and smiled predatorily with the corner of her lips, like a hungry cat at the sight of mice. And all because, by continuing to resist the intrigues of the family, Lenya would only quickly bring trouble to Rodrigo and the rest of the people dear to her. Hearing this, Ludwig smiled slightly, exactly copying his mother's grimace. He really liked the idea that in the future, punishment would fall on someone like a poor bastard. Because of this, the protagonist would suffer even more. Therefore, in the queen's opinion, there was no need to worry so much about the princess's disobedience. She could not escape their nets, the Lord himself favored them. And then the blonde man ironically replied that he had not prayed to the Almighty for a long time. Jokingly folding his palms in a prayerful gesture, the blonde schemer confesses that even if his sister agreed to become Clovis's wife and duchess, he will send Rodrigo to the empire, just so that the hated siblings will suffer. But there was more than just sadism behind these plans. Ludwig hoped that these actions would somehow help him take the throne and gain power on his own. Looking at the huge ice-blue moon, the antagonist admitted that he was not even interested in the throne of Pontiano. His ambitions are much more global. The prince wants to become the ruler of the Cristiano Empire, using Clovis Zainoff for this. The action then moves to the royal baths, a luxurious space where members of the ruling house could relax and wash away any worries. Now, the protagonist was basking in a huge pool, and despite the hot water, the foam caressing her skin, and the fragrant flower petals, she could not stop thinking about her stepbrother's exile to a foreign country. On the one hand, the girl still had no intention of marrying the Duke, no matter how much pressure the circumstances put on her. But at the same time, she was not ready to sacrifice one of her few decent relatives. The main character could have continued to self-flagellate for a long time, deciding what was the best course of action. But at some point, she opened her eyes in shock, as if she had remembered something very important but unpleasant. And so it turned out. In Lenya's past life, a terrible battle took place between Cristiano and the kingdom of Diolans, in which blood flowed like rivers and buildings perished in fires. Clovis, being the military leader of the empire, will be obliged to take part in the battle. But this time, the yellow-eyed brunette's luck will change, and he will receive a terrible wound. He won't die, of course, but the injury will still be very serious, so much so that the clerical doctors will spend hours fighting for his life, driving away death. But even after the doctors save Zenoff and he starts to recover, there will be consequences. The pain from the wound will remain and will sometimes remind of itself. It turns out that in this world there is magic under the control of people. The blade that will maim the protagonist will turn out to be enchanted, which will explain the terrible discomfort from the scar. The marks of the wound would never disappear, poisoning the Duke's existence until his death. And the protagonist could not think of such a terrible fate without regret. The girl clenched her fist in emotion. No matter how complicated the relationship between her and her ex, as well as future husband, was, such a fate could only be wished upon a hated enemy. Ultimately, Alice Debbie had to admit that there was only one way to save her brother from becoming a drone, and Clovis from a fatal fight, agree to the marriage, and go to the Empire. Then the action moves to a completely different place. It is still deep night outside, and a huge moon shines through the window, and a certain voice asks another, "What do you want to conclude?" As it quickly turns out, it was in the office of the younger Zenoff. This time the brunette was wearing a black military uniform with a scarlet ribbon, and he calmly explained that he intended to conclude an engagement. Then the young man lazily reached out to the plate of apples, intending to choose the juiciest and ripest fruit, while his interlocutor tried to convince him why this decision was wrong. Turning to the panicking Valencia, Clovis calmly ordered to organize the entire process himself, since the brunette was not going to notify his subjects, and urgent business awaited him in the capital. Out of excitement, the usually cool and polite girl asks directly if Zenoff is aware of himself, but after receiving a remark from Elton, she repeats her question less harshly. Does the aristocrat understand what exactly he is doing? The protagonist briefly replies that he understands everything perfectly well, making it clear that he will not tolerate further bickering. But Valencia was not going to stop this time, and continued the flow of questions. This was the last straw for the master, so Clovis slapped the table lightly, but loudly enough, calling on his subordinate to finally stop arguing. The brunette did not raise his voice or try to insult the secretary, but asked directly whether he was obliged to report to her and ask for her blessing for the marriage. The administrator suddenly and tensely fell silent, and it was difficult to say for sure why, because of resentment or because she did not immediately realize that she had crossed the line. But the protagonist characteristically was not going to stop there. He decided to convey to Valencia as clearly as possible how little her opinion meant to him on this particular issue. Putting his hand to his forehead in a pathetic manner like a teenager pretending to be the Lord of Evil, Zenoff asked, "Is a master obliged to ask his servants who he should marry?" The girl wanted to object how unlike her old boss it was to promise her hand and heart to almost the first person she met. But then she stopped herself, because even the most trusted servants should not cross a certain line. As a result, any possible arguments remained just thoughts in the administrator's head, and out loud, she only timidly asked for forgiveness for her insolence. As he brought the chosen apple to his mouth, Clovis managed to add that the rumors about Lenia Alice Debbie's madness were greatly exaggerated, and that upon closer acquaintance, his retinue would certainly like her. After taking a bite and chewing the first piece, Zenoff admitted that in fact, this marriage did not bring him any benefits. After all, the position of the younger brother of the emperor and the duke of a huge power, and the princess of a second-rate kingdom, was incomparable. However, the point is, rather, that the protagonist has many ill-wishers, even in his homeland. Dozens of people dream of usurping his power, and after his marriage, intriguers from Pontian will be added to them. For most aristocrats, this would be reason enough to keep Lenya at gunpoint. But the protagonist was cut from a different cloth. Putting his hand on Valencia's shoulder, as if he were an old friend, the brunette told the girl that such difficulties would not break him, calling on her to believe and let go of her worries. If before this, the Duke had coldly put the administrator in her place, reminding her that they were in completely different positions now, on the contrary, he behaved very friendly and as an equal, and this performance was completely justified. If before this, the secretary felt awkward and scared because she had allowed herself to cross the line, now she also felt ashamed of her lack of faith. However, this moment was slightly spoiled by Elton. The red-haired youth hastened to assure that, of course, he believed in his master, but the latter should have found a more attractive passion. Romance told his brother to shut up, and the rest of the conversation ignored this awkward speech. Instead, Valencia asked Clovis directly what this marriage meant to him. The man smiled triumphantly and slyly like a teacher who had finally heard the correct answer to the assigned material from a careless student. While snacking on his apple again and looking playfully at the receptionist, Zenov briefly replies that the marriage union with Lenya Alisdebi is a contract, but he does not explain what this means. The protagonist mentally added that their agreement remained as such for now. He still cherished the hope of winning the favor and sincere love of Alisdebi. Meanwhile, the blonde was thinking. Thanks to her knowledge of the future, obtained from her life before reincarnation, she managed to prevent the destruction of the dam and the flood. It was possible that if she was at Clovis's right hand, much earlier than originally, she would be able to prevent a terrible injury in battle. So now the heroine firmly intended to be a pair for the Imperial. With these thoughts, the princess slowly moved towards the huge door, on the sides of which stood ancient knightly armor without weapons. Having triumphantly opened the passage, the blonde mentally decided that no matter what path she had taken to get to this point, a start had been made, a game with high stakes had begun. As it turned out, the door led to her room, and someone was already there. Lenya noted out loud that the visitor had shown up in the princess's chambers without permission and even without warning. Any commoner would have been beheaded for such a thing, and even an aristocrat would have been severely punished. But since the guest turned out to be Rodrigo Alisdebi, only asked if he had done anything wrong. Hearing this strict question, as if asked by a stern mother, the blonde smiled ironically and replied that yes, he was also very glad to see his beloved little sister. After this, he could not resist and admitted that Lenya spoke in such a tone as if she had already guessed everything, implying the true reason for her appearance. The protagonist tried to maintain external dignity, but in reality she was very nervous. Rodrigo easily took control of the conversation, and the girl did not know what to answer. In the end, she sighed, sat down tiredly on the sofa, and admitted that this was not the case at all. And the heroine looked as if the whole weight of the world was on her shoulders. The illegitimate man tried to assure his relative that he had come simply to see her since she had been busy all day. And Lenya admitted that this was true, not to mention that anyone who felt like it entered her room. The blonde sarcastically remarked that his stepsister was probably very happy to see him last, and the blonde sarcastically replied that that was exactly how things were. But this exchange of jokes could not continue for long. Eventually, Rodrigo became more serious and laconically warned the girl that he would go to Cristiano's empire. For the protagonist, it was like a punch in the gut. She was so worried she thought for so long about how to save her cousin from an unenviable fate that she could only squeeze out a shocked, "What?" Lenya couldn't understand what the young man was even talking about. From her point of view, the bastard voluntarily gave up respect and status in order to receive contempt and humiliation in a foreign land in return. Meanwhile, Rodrigo gave his half-sister some advice. Let her continue to pretend to be crazy. Let people see her only as a hopeless patient, and let Alisdebi herself hide in the summer palace. It would also be possible to take refuge with the high priest Luke, whom the bastard trusted very much for some reason, but he did not have time to develop his thought. The heroine asked what he was talking about. With each passing second, this conversation increasingly resembled an exchange of lines between two real madmen, so the protagonist would like to receive an explanation. The man's face immediately darkened, and he very quietly but mysteriously replied that the young princess should not carry such a burden on her shoulders alone. He then admits that he too has returned like Lenya, implying that he once died but was mysteriously resurrected in his own body in the more distant past. The shocked girl, however, did not understand the hint. She was simply not in a state to read between the lines, so these words sounded like an incomprehensible riddle to her. Then the young knight looked intently at the protagonist and repeated that he also came. placing such an emphasis that the interlocutor was guaranteed to get the gist of it. Now, in the hall, sat two people with a common secret, not just relatives, but also the only known creatures who were allowed by an unknown force to outplay death. Realizing this, Lenya covered her mouth with her hands in horror and widened her eyes. She had not experienced such shock since she woke up in her younger body after committing suicide in the dungeon. After making sure that his stepsister really understands him, the blonde sadly says that there is no point in forgiving him, not after what was done once. Rodrigo lowered his head. It was very difficult for him to talk about this topic, even more difficult than participating in bloody battles. But alas, the time had long come to confess. He says that Lenya should never have given him the Bible. And for context, readers are shown him visiting the blonde in prison, handing her the holy book. Hidden between its pages was the very dagger with which the slandered princess had killed herself. And Rodrigo could not forgive himself for having practically finished off his sister. But the man blamed himself even more for not being able to protect perhaps the only member of his family dear to him. And this confession caused the protagonist to burst into tears. What she heard was an incredible shock. Even for Lenya, who after her rebirth had become much more cynical, she could no longer hide behind the mask of detached madness. The main character was quietly but bitterly sobbing, releasing the stress that had accumulated over the past few days. And her illegitimate cousin was silent. There was nothing else to say. He himself was visited by an extremely unpleasant memory from a previous life. Then Ludwig, looking at the bastard as if he were a stinking insect, ordered him to finally die. The young knight lay on the ground as if he had been knocked down after a long fight. But Rodrigo's face was dark as a thundercloud, and his fingers were scratching at the street pavement. There was a real hell going on around the two young men. Houses and palaces were burning. The sky was covered with smoke, and the hero even asked the villain directly whether it was worth creating such a nightmare for him alone. Hearing this, Ludwig became furious. He desperately wanted to punish the vile bastard for killing the rest of the family, and was ready to pay any price for this. But Rodrigo himself was not impressed. He knew how vile people the king and queen were, and saw how innocent people died because of the prince's actions, so he only rudely insulted his opponent. The new ruler of Pontian was incredibly furious at such insolence and disobedience. He completely forgot about the mask of a cold noble avenger and ordered the guards to seize the bastard. The thugs in black armor immediately pounced on their victim with weapons at the ready. But the protagonist responded by pulling out his own sword, shimmering in the light of the flame. No matter how hard the young man had been beaten, before he now stood firmly clutching the blade in his fingers and promising a quick death to anyone who dared to come close. And at the same time, an ominous black aura hovered around Rodrigo, as if he were a dark sorcerer. The guards were moved by this picture. There were many of them covered from head to toe in metal armor. Many used more massive and terrible weapons instead of swords. But they were still afraid. Ludwig angrily said that his assistants were no use, and the protagonist reminded him that the prince had brought Pontian to ruin with his actions. Even now, the royal palace, once beautiful and majestic, was perishing in flames. But the blonde didn't care about the locks. The most terrible crime of the legitimate heir of Alice Davy was that because of his exorbitant greed, Lenya died. Hearing this, the young king became even more furious. He yelled that their sister was to blame for everything, since she had brought herself to prison and suicide. Even now, when the time had come for the final confrontation, the scoundrel refused to take responsibility, shifting it onto those around him, and this terribly angered the young knight. No longer willing to tolerate his hypocrisy, and whining, the blonde ripped Ludwig's shoulder open with a blade in one blow. Blood spurted in all directions, and the elder Alice Davy squealed in pain like a pig. The antagonist couldn't believe that someone had the nerve to hurt him, and Rodrigo felt a dark satisfaction at the sight of it. He threw it in his opponent's face that all his current pain was nothing compared to what their sister was experiencing. Lenya was driven to the brink of despair, lost not only her husband and life, but also her child. And after that, some vile schemer tries to pretend to be a victim of circumstances. The knight was incredibly infuriated by this. Finally, Ludwig realized that he could really be killed by being cut in two halves, and he begged for mercy. But the bastard continued to ask the enemy if he had ever thought about the feelings of a girl betrayed by her own family, trying to prove that if the elder Alice Davy had at least once perceived Lenaya as a sister, this would not have happened. Rodrigo got carried away and stopped watching his back. This turned out to be his fatal mistake. One of the guards finally came to his senses, and while the blonde was distracted, pierced him from behind with a huge sword so that he came out in front. Most people would have died immediately from terrible pain and loss of blood, but the iron willpower allowed the young knight to mock Ludwig once again, saying that only one person was loyal to him. Then the protagonist, with his last efforts, raised his own sword. Even if he dies now, he will take with him to the grave that bastard, because of whom Lenya and the entire kingdom died. The blood of the elder prince and the bastard splattered in all directions. Then darkness came, and after an indefinite period of time, the little blonde boy opened his eyes. He looked just like Rodrigo, only much younger. The baby was lying on his back on a grassy field and was dressed in commoner's clothes, which in no way resembled the dresses of nobles. Someone's voice persistently called him, calling him brother. And turning around, the child saw Lenaya Alice Debbie, still very small, but already looking like a beautiful angel. Adjusting his hat on his head, the little boy decided that he had died and found himself in heaven. Perhaps God really does exist and did not leave him without a posthumous reward. Meanwhile, the little princess began to bother her cousin. He had promised to take her for a ride on a horse while Ludwig wasn't looking, but he himself had gone to bed the bastard. This innocent gesture, in its essence, made Rodrigo rise sharply on his back, feeling goosebumps running down his spine, because he actually felt the touch and everything else. The bastard believed that if they were dead souls in the heavenly fields, everything would be completely different. But since the sensations were so natural and alive, it meant one thing: they somehow came to life. And not only are they alive, but they have also returned to the distant past. The future knight is now only 13 years old, and he is excited to realize that his mother is still alive. Lost in these thoughts, the main character did not notice that an expensive gold ring was shining on his finger. It absolutely did not match the image of a street kid who was lucky enough to become friends with a princess. At the same time, Lenya herself quickly noticed the unusual decoration, and it delighted her. After that, the girl asked her brother to let her play with the ring. The boy refused, saying that he couldn't part with this thing, and the little girl threw a small tantrum. She really wanted to touch the treasure. Rodrigo turned a very serious and sad look to his younger sister. Now his eyes took on an expression that is rarely seen, even in adults, battered by life. The boy admitted that he couldn't give the ring back because it wasn't really his. It was a gift from his mother, after which the children fell silent and just sat on the grass for a while. Eventually, Lenya remembers that we are talking about Miss Jenna and admits that the ring is indeed very beautiful. Unlike other noble offspring, she was not embarrassed to admit this in relation to her inferiors. After this, the girl asks if the jewel is a gift from her father, the king, but Rodrigo vaguely replies that it was made by another person who cares for his mother. The innocent and good-natured girl draws a simple but logical conclusion from this. Such a gift could only be given by a person who loved Jenna very much, and this is understandable because she is so beautiful. The illegitimate child tries to assure his cousin that she too will be beautiful when she grows up, and she asks in response whether her friend will give a similar gift to someone in the future. Rodrigo smiles sincerely and happily for the first time in a very long time, after which he briefly answers, "Yes, I will give it to you," and gently strokes his stepsister's head. And this tender moment of friendship between the characters was ruined by Ludwig. The elder Alice Davy was a disgusting person, even in childhood, and shouted at his step-relative to take his dirty hands off the princess. He then grabbed the girl's hand, forcefully breaking her contact with the protagonist and forcing her to follow him, regardless of whether Lenya wanted it or not. At the same time, the eldest prince did not even try to control his strength, which caused the girl great pain. She closed her eyes, holding back tears, and asked in vain not to do this. Ludwig responded by ordering her to be quiet until it came to blows, and then turned back to Rodrigo. The crown prince of Alasdabi wanted to mock his illegitimate relative. It is possible that at that moment, the boy madly wanted to smash the prince's skull with the nearest stone, preventing his atrocities in adulthood. But the protagonist at the same time understood that now was the situation when it was better to give in. The protagonist politely greeted the young prince, and the latter smiled nastily. His whole appearance screamed that this is exactly how it should be. The place of bastards and commoners under the thumb of the highborn. Someone else would have stopped there, but the little bastard wasn't satisfied. He decided to further insult his half-brother by saying that he wouldn't make a knight, and Lenya was surprised. She didn't know anything about Rodrigo's goals yet. Then Ludwig kindly explained to the main character that their illegitimate sibling dreamed of being a knight, and the king agreed to send him for training, which the elder Alasdabi considered unheard of generosity towards some ragamuffin. The girl asks her brother if he is really going to leave, and tears appear in her eyes. It was very difficult to part with her best friend, but the blonde man in white clothes did not let the brother and sister say goodbye. He roughly dragged the princess along with him, ordering her not to communicate with the bastard anymore, especially since they would not see each other again anyway. Soon after, the boy actually went to train in the capital of the kingdom for 5 long years, and when he finally returned, he turned into a stately lion-like young man with a strong-willed look. Now Rodrigo has admitted that after his return, he spent almost all his time in numerous wars and skirmishes, and since he always managed to emerge from the battle alive with minimal injuries, he was labeled a hero and legendary warrior. Now, Lenya was finally able to cope with her emotions and speak, and the first thing the heroine noted was that since her brother died later, he saw what happened to their kingdom. In this regard, the girl could not understand how her cousin could obediently repeat the actions from his previous life. After all, he saw what troubles this would ultimately lead to. Besides, stepping on the same rake, knowing that Ludwig would bring their homeland to ruin, must be very painful. The protagonist literally could not imagine such a thing. In this regard, the princess decided that Rodrigo was actually pursuing some goals. She even asked directly what he wanted to achieve with his actions. No, the blonde admitted that the young knight truly wanted to protect her from the intrigues of the royal court, but she was still sure that there were other reasons prompting him to agree to travel to the empire. The young man was silent for a while and only looked at his interlocutor. From his calm, indifferent face, it was difficult to understand what thoughts and fears were tormenting his soul. However, it was very difficult to deny the obvious. So the bastard eventually admitted that his half-sister was right. He had his own interest in this matter. The protagonist admitted that it was really very hard for him. While other young aristocrats were having fun, throwing feasts and adultery, he was shedding blood on the battlefield, time after time, like a damned man. Someone else might have gone crazy from such a life long ago, but Rodrigo never complained, and on the contrary, he didn't regret his choice. The explanation was very simple. Every time the young knight mounted his horse and cut down enemies on the battlefield, he protected his greatest treasures, his sister, Lenya, and the entire kingdom of Pontian. That is why the young warrior agreed to go to the Cristiano Empire, even knowing what vile treatment awaited him there, all in order to protect his cousin from an unwanted fate. Rodrigo ended his speech by promising to change the course of history itself so that the protagonist could live peacefully and happily, without thinking about Duke Zainov or other problems. But even now, the main character was not going to let her brother go. With tears in her eyes, she shouted that he simply did not understand what he was getting into, because he did not see the fate of the drones in the Empire. Looking down, the blonde retorts that if Lenya were to go instead of him, that would also not be normal. And besides, he had some kind of ace up his sleeve. As it turns out, Rodrigo had no intention of remaining a hostage and a plaything for foreign aristocrats for the rest of his life. but he no longer wanted to continue playing the role of a watchdog for the rulers of Pontiano. Now he was going to usurp the throne and become king himself. To say that the protagonist was shocked would be a huge understatement. She didn't even say anything. She just silently opened her mouth and stared at her interlocutor. She was always sure that Ludwig would inherit the throne as the eldest and legitimate son, and this was one of the reasons why she avoided marriage with Clovis with all her might, so that her brother would not try to use this in his intrigues. But now it turns out that her second brother, instead of playing by the rules, is going to change the game completely. And Lenya mutters in horror that it is impossible to change the past to such an extent. Rodrigo asks why she thinks so. After all, they changed the past by the very fact that they were somehow reborn in their own bodies with memories of the future. In addition, the warrior rightly points out that the protagonist tried to change her fate from the very beginning, pretending to be crazy, pushing away unwanted people, and resisting marriage with Zenov with all her might. At this point, the conversation is interrupted, and the scene moves forward sometime into the future. It was a clear, fine day. White, fluffy clouds glided across the blue sky. The heroine, who had just woken up, sat in front of the dressing table, looked in the mirror, and thought absently, her half-brother is going to become king in spite of everything. At the same time, Lenya acknowledged that the trip to the Empire made a certain sense. Then Rodrigo would be out of reach for Ludwig and his treacherous mother, Queen Roanna. But the girl was still worried about what the young knight was planning to do there, what plans he was hatching. After all, one could not blindly trust even him. Then the protagonist comes to the conclusion that such plans are a natural reaction of the psyche to protect herself. After all, she also pretended to be a dangerous psychopath to keep high-born predators away. This was compounded by the fact that the illegitimate prince had personally witnessed their eldest sibling reduce the state to ashes, something you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. In the end, the blonde honestly admitted that she simply did not understand what was going on in Rodrigo's soul before her gaze fell on the strange red bag. The younger Alice Davy reacted to this discovery as if it were a very important tool that she had been unable to find for too long. It immediately becomes clear from the protagonist's thoughts that the bag, or rather what is hidden in it, is a gift from her stepbrother presented at their last meeting. Then Rodrigo asked Lenya to keep this treasure, so the girl was bursting with curiosity. What could be there that the knight could not keep for himself? The mysterious artifact turned out to be a woman's ring, and the main character opened her eyes in surprise. She definitely did not expect to see such an accessory. It was the same ring that the young man wore as a child, originally belonging to his mother Jenna. But over the years, the protagonist had completely forgotten it. She thought it was ridiculous that Rodrigo had decided to keep this particular piece of jewelry for safekeeping. But she respected her cousin, so she quickly hid the ring back in the bag. Then the young princess stood up and slowly walked to the huge window. Her gaze showed thoughtfulness and sadness, as if the window was reminding her of something that had happened. This was explained by the fact that it was through him that the protagonist first met Clovis Zainov after her reincarnation. At that time, she was still very scared and raised the alarm among the castle guards. The thought of the brunette made the blonde blush, and she wondered where the man she married in her previous, tragically ended life had gone. It is possible that the young duke, like Rodrigo and Lenya, returned to his body in the past after death, but it is also possible that the Imperial hid his true nature behind a mask. Thoughts about the true nature of Clovis were interrupted by a timid knock on the door. The unknown visitors really wanted to attract the attention of the princess since he disturbed her in the bedroom. The main character immediately realized that it was Pepin. No one else would have had the courage or desire to communicate once again with the crazy Princess Pontian. The usually cheerful and optimistic girl looked confused and even a little scared, so Lenya Alisdebi immediately realized that something had happened while she was sleeping. And then things got even stranger. The head maid, who usually answered questions directly and quickly, this time mumbled something unintelligible. The reason, however, turned out to be quite reasonable. The father of the main character Ludwig and Rodrigo the formidable King Pontian, was now walking along the castle corridors. And this was not an idle stroll at all. For some reason, His Majesty really wanted to see his daughter so much so that he personally came to her residence. It is quite possible that this news alarmed and frightened the protagonist, but even if it did, she did not allow her emotions to show in front of those around her. Instead, the girl, as befits a respectful daughter and princess, went out to meet her royal parent. Perhaps he needed to convey something important. The reason really turned out to be not trivial. King Alasdabi had recently entrusted important news from the empire to Cristiano and Duke Clovis Zenoff. Although the main character remained mostly calm, her mask of indifference showed its first crack. The first bead of sweat rolled down her face from excitement. Lord Pontian confirmed that there was talk of an engagement. The emperor's younger brother very much hopes that it will be concluded as soon as possible. But there is one difficulty. Other high-ranking officials of Cristiano do not even want to hear about the marriage union of the houses of Zenoff and Alasdabi, so it is unknown how this story with the engagement will end. Lenya didn't say anything, and her expression didn't even change much. But in reality, the girl broke out in a cold sweat, and in her mind, she was perplexed as to why this was happening at all. The king explains that the protagonist's madness is to blame. Although Clovis himself continued to have warm feelings for her, the rest of the aristocrats, for obvious reasons, did not like the idea of marrying a psychopath. Fortunately, this time the brunette went against the majority opinion. He intends to keep the engagement until the very end, and if he is lucky, the marriage will be concluded even against the will of the emperor. For Lenya personally, the situation was developing quite favorably, but she didn't even think about being happy, because for this, Rodrigo had to sacrifice himself. In fact, the girl was so angry that she clenched her fists with a crunch. It was hard to believe that someone could condemn their own son to torment with such indifference. Unable to restrain herself, the main character tried to reach her father, accusing him of stupidity and reminding him that Rodrigo is a very strong fighter and a skilled military leader, and his loss would cost the country dearly. The sovereign's response was not long in coming. Looking sternly at his daughter, he said that if she had behaved adequately from the very beginning, none of this would have happened. Gradually breaking into a scream, King Alasdabi reminded that it was the protagonist who had spread the rumors, while Zenoff was still acting in concert with the rest of the empire's rulers. But now that all the officials and nobles of Cristiano have vetoed the alliance with Pontian, the kingdom will receive no benefits. Moreover, it will lose the protection of a powerful neighbor. From the king's point of view, it was all Lenya's fault. If she had initially behaved like a normal princess and calmly married Clovis earlier, or if she had never been born, their country would have gained incredible power. Pointing angrily at the blonde, the man accused her of being the one who killed Rodrigo, and not him, who had approved of sending his own son to a foreign country known for its vile treatment of such hostages. The once cool and stoic monarch became hysterical, wheezing that his illegitimate son could have died with honor on the battlefield, if not for the problematic princess. The main character did not try to argue or defend herself. She understood that any word she said would simply become a reason for new accusations, and only at the end did she quietly ask, "Really?" Then she asked the king what he wanted from her in that case. And the monarch, having taken out his anger on his daughter and regained control over himself, remained silent for a while. But after that, he briefly abandoned Lenya so that she would go to the empire with her brother, not leave him to endure all these problems alone. Then the protagonist asked a new question. If her father intended to make her a hostage, then what was the point of throwing Rodrigo out of the house, losing the most valuable protector? With a contemptuous grimace, the elder Alasdabi said that the blonde would not go as a captive, but as a bride. He had recently spoken with the priest Luca and learned that a priest capable of healing mental illnesses was nearby. The main character seemed to have been struck by lightning, and only with titanic effort did she not burst into swearing. The young gray-haired cleric managed to create problems literally at every step. Because of his help, the princess's entire plan could go down the drain. And the king, ignoring his daughter's anxiety, continued his explanation. When she was healed, he would ask the emperor for a marriage with Clovis, but would still send the bastard away. The only way to save him is to agree to go to the empire for treatment, and then go down the aisle with Zenoff. Then the young knight will quickly return home. Figuratively speaking, the girl was driven into a corner, leaving her with no opportunity to play the situation to her advantage. And this made the blonde furious. Now Lenya was shouting furiously at her father and showering him with accusations. First of all, she asked if their majesty had thought that Rodrigo would have been 10 times more worthy of a king than Ludwig. The king just rolled his eyes and said that it was pointless. For him, as a man brought up in the class-based feudal morality, the idea of putting an illegitimate offspring on the throne was akin to the idea of crowning a horse. In this world, as in the real ancient Earth, there was an opinion that rulers should have the purest possible bloodline, free from commoners. The protagonist was irritated to the point of madness by this idea. She was one of the few who could openly admit that the idea of blue blood was nothing more than an anchor slowing down the development of civilization. With a sneer, the princess told her father that he was a much worse man than she had previously thought, and the man winced as if he had been struck in the face. But the heroine didn't stop there. Looking him in the face, she said that because of all this nonsense about the family tree, the throne of Pontian would go to such a greedy and talentless scoundrel as Ludwig. Here the monarch came to his senses and tried to shut his daughter's mouth, using the classic parental technique of crushing her with authority and ordering her to bite her tongue. In order to somehow get her message across to her parent, Lenya went all in. She said that God himself had told her that the kingdom had crossed the Rubicon with no way to turn back. If the throne goes to the eldest son, he will ruin the country. It will close its borders, and soon it will wither and disappear. And all this is due to stupid principles that do not allow the inheritance to be passed on to truly worthy people. For the first time in history, the king was truly afraid, and it was difficult to say whether he believed that his daughter had communicated with God or that she had gone even more mad. His indignant, abrupt screams were so loud that the protagonist rolled her eyes in irritation and asked him to be quieter. She was not deaf. When His Majesty finally fell silent, the main character pointedly and respectfully asked if she could tell the reigning father one more thing. With a gloomy face and a kind of triumphant tone, Lenya declared that if the king thought that she was still not connected to this, then she had no other choice. To finish off her father completely, the girl reminded him that Clovis Zenoff, one of the most powerful people in the empire and in the whole world, to whom she was so desperately being courted, was actually the son of a dancer, so origin did not affect a person's qualities. After this, the action moves to a completely different place. The ever-memorable Duke was fighting with one of his assistants, Romanson, in a training sword fight. At some point, the protagonist noticed that his opponent was open on the left side and immediately struck at that very point, grinning triumphantly. Of course, the protagonist did not kill or even wound his subordinate, but he struck with his sword so that the blade was only a few centimeters from his unprotected head. The brunette smiled even more smugly. He sincerely savored the fact that he had managed to defeat another knight, even if not in a mortal duel, but simply during training. Having shown off enough, Clovis lowered his weapon and advised Romanson to be more careful in the future, to which the latter responded with a laconic "thank you." Then, a new man with red hair, familiar to readers, suddenly appeared on the training ground. Elton Zenoff's secretary and Romanson's younger brother. The defeated knight was interested in what his sibling was doing here. He should have been busy with work, and it was unlikely that he would have shown up in such a place without a serious reason. Elton counters that when the warriors are alone on the dueling ground, such a noise arises that you could take out the saints, and the Duke sarcastically notes that the brothers quarrel every time they meet. Then the brunette sighs and notes that the Baroness must have finally abandoned her brothers, and the image of a flirtatious old woman appears in his imagination. Then the protagonist looks up. The sky, so recently so bright and clear, quickly became covered with gray clouds, heralding the imminent start of rain or even a thunderstorm, and Elton, in response, sighs very heavily and complains that he has to look after his older brother at the request of his mother under Romanson's heavy gaze. The knight reminds her that she simply asked for help, but the secretary arrogantly calls himself the smartest, which means he should be the leader of the duo. And the elder, before the argument turns into a quarrel, suggests hiding from the bad weather. When the men entered the building, Valencia ran out from somewhere in the corridor. The girl was very worried because she was in a hurry to give some important letter to the gentleman. She also warned Clovis that a certain Diorans had already set out. And this news was so important that the Duke froze for a moment like a pillar of salt. Zainov looked very carefully at the administrator and gave the order. It was necessary to warn the locals because the royal family should not know about what was happening. The faithful assistant handed the master a letter saying that she had already contacted a certain Baron Opal, and he replied that he had sent a message in advance to the kingdom of Pontiano. The man began to read the message carefully, thinking out loud how important the letter was that had been sent. A lot in the upcoming game depended on it. Valencia replied that Clovis's relatives had demanded that he break off his engagement to Lenia Alisdabi, and this news again made the usually cool aristocrat freeze. Meanwhile, the weather quickly deteriorated. At first, it started to rain, but soon peals of thunder were added to it, and a minute later giant lightning flashed over Zenov's estate. And not only over his estate, a monstrously powerful thunderstorm broke out over a huge territory. A part of it raged, including over the pink palace of Princess Lenia. Despite the fact that it was late evening, not all the inhabitants of this architectural masterpiece were going to bed. The thunderclaps and the raindrops could have woken even the dead. Among them was the main character, the younger Alice Davy, who was sitting on the sofa, pressing her knees to her chest and thinking hard about her life and the people around her. The protagonist was most worried about a certain matter. She was very nervous, but tried to calm herself down by reminding herself that if any decision was made, she would definitely be notified. It was in this unpleasant state that Pepin found Lenia. The devoted maid and friend looked at the blonde with concern until she finally called out to her. But the princess said nothing. She still sat in the fetal position, withdrawn from the rest of the world, like a depressed teenager. In order to somehow attract attention and break the awkward atmosphere, the brunette vaguely noted that it was raining very heavily outside, and no one knew when it would end. The blonde was in no mood to maintain any conversation, so she only dryly answered maybe, without even deigning to turn to the maid. However, such a monsoon was indeed dangerous. It had been going on for 3 days already, and was too similar to the terrible downpour that caused the Pont River to overflow its banks. And the main character noted to herself that if the rain did not stop, a flood could still occur, and it did not matter whether the old dam on Pontus would crack or the water would break through another one. After this, the protagonist finally turned to the maid and asked if she was keeping an eye on the small dams, to which Pippin replied that her father had recently checked the buildings and found nothing alarming. However, this answer did not calm Lenia down, but on the contrary, it alarmed her even more. Such a frequent phenomenon of long rains was abnormal, and the blonde even wondered if this had happened before she was reborn. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard in the room, and a man entered. He had obviously just been outside because water was pouring off his clothes. His wet, dark straw-colored hair stuck to his face, and the visitor desperately tried to catch his breath. Traveling in such bad weather was akin to the 13th labor of Hercules. The previously indifferent girl immediately straightened up and turned around. She would have recognized this voice out of 1,000 and would not have ignored it even in the worst mood. Rodrigo, the king's middle and illegitimate son, shook his hair like a wet dog and announced with a smile that little brother has returned. The protagonist was genuinely happy to see her only relative, who truly loved her, but at the same time, she was worried that he came so suddenly and without warning. The young knight instead turned to the quiet Pippin, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then returned to Lenia. He needed to ask her something. The younger Alice Davy was not against talking, but the young man replied that they were not in the right place now. It would be better to go to the room with mirrors, where there would be only the two of them. The girl agreed, but immediately warned her cousin sternly not to waste time on some nonsense, and then told Pippin not to worry about her leaving. The maid obediently agreed to wait for her mistress here, after which the royal offspring slowly went to a room where no one could overhear them. The room of mirrors turned out to be a completely standard palace room, with expensive furniture and 2 large mirrors for tidying up one's appearance. Lenya tried not to show her true feelings, but her mask showed a small crack again. Beads of sweat rolled down the girl's cheeks and temples. The awkwardness, however, was mutual. Rodrigo also did not understand how to approach her on this sensitive topic, so for the first few seconds, he only rubbed his head furiously, trying to make it work. In the end, the blonde made up his mind, and it turned out that he was worried about the same problem as the main character. An unnaturally prolonged rain, threatening a flood, and suspicions that Pontian had never known such weather anomalies before. Feeling the cold claws of horror squeezing her heart, the protagonist admitted that there had been such a monsoon a few months ago, and she had ordered the dam on the Pont River to be repaired. Having learned that the girl had limited herself to this decision, Rodrigo laughed bitterly and admitted that he should have told her something important much earlier. The man began the topic with a short sermon. People are not able to prevent natural disasters. It is simply beyond their capabilities. Therefore, given the known information, the young bastard assumes that the current downpour must compensate for what was avoided in the recent past. And that was the whole point. In the knight's opinion, the prolonged thunderstorm was a kind of punishment to people for having managed to prevent the flood in the past, in order to remind them that nature cannot be tamed or deceived. The protagonist listened to her stepbrother without interrupting. Such information was simply too shocking to process in a few seconds. But even that wasn't the worst thing. The blonde noted that if the universe reacts so violently to one essentially insignificant change, then who can guarantee that things won't get worse? It is then that the main character finally understands that Rodrigo is talking about their reincarnation, which has broken the usual course of things, and she is incredibly horrified. Her mask of an indifferent snow queen disappeared completely. The girl in horror asked her stepbrother how she could protect innocent people from disasters. She couldn't just sit back and do nothing with knowledge that could save lives. Even with all the possible risks, such a decision would simply be heartless. The young knight also found it very difficult to comprehend this situation, but he insisted to the last that rebirth and knowledge of one's own future were one thing, and changing the destinies of others was quite another. But Lenya Alice Debbie still wasn't going to agree with this. She continued to insist that with such a gift, they were obliged to save worthy people. But then a terrible picture appears before the princess's eyes. The usually collected and strong Clovis Zainoff looks at her dejectedly and mournfully in the middle of a web of chains, and an unknown voice announces that if someone dies according to their fate, there will be no way back. The vision was so eerie and surreal that the protagonist fell to her knees, and a worried Rodrigo immediately tried to help his half-sister. It immediately becomes clear that the sinister obsession only visited the blonde. From the guy's point of view, the girl simply became so excited that she collapsed on the floor without strength. The princess herself would have given a lot for it to be so, but in fact, the terrible picture made her remember something else, and with tears in her eyes, mention her cousin's mother Janie. To say that the young man was surprised would be a huge understatement. He froze like a pillar of salt, and only managed to barely audibly mutter the word mother. Then the knight confessed another terrible thing. Because they tried to delay the death of the poor woman, the situation became even worse than in the old life. Janie Rodrigo's beloved mother and King Pontian's mistress died anyway, but she died much more painfully, as if an unknown deity wanted to mock the people who dared to try to cheat death. Papin later said that according to rumors, one could not look at the poor woman's body without pity, and some even believed that the corpse did not belong to her, It was so disfigured. For a long time, no one could say whether there was even a grain of truth in these tales, or whether they were completely invented by drunken tongues. But the rumors in any case reached the royal family. It immediately became clear that the maid had said this to one of the main characters, who then asked the brunette to imagine that she could save her loved one from death, but he would probably die even more terribly in the future. The author of this sentence turned out to be Lenia, and she ended it with a question. Would her friend save a creature close to her, even knowing that she would have to pay such a terrible price for it? After thinking about it, the maid sincerely admitted that she didn't know. It wasn't one of those questions that could be easily answered, but she would definitely try to convey to the doomed man how much she valued and loved him. Thinking about it again, Pippin supposed that if such a situation actually happened, she might have acted instinctively and without thinking, but that was selfish in its own way. Listening to this, Alice Davy clenched her fingers in anger, and the maid suggested changing the subject. She asked if the lady would like to unwind by going on holiday to the Empire, but the protagonist interrupted her. Lenya was going to ask her old friend about one very important thing, so Pippin immediately turned to listen. As it turned out, the blonde needed to escape from the royal palace as quickly as possible, but in such a way that not a single living soul would know about her absence. Since this bordered on a crime, the young maid naturally became frightened, but she could not abandon her mistress and friend. So soon a carriage stopped at the castle courtyard. Two female figures, wearing inconspicuous brown cloaks, immediately ran up to her. Alice Davy asked Pippin to find some kind of camouflage clothing. The main character set herself the goal of leaving the royal estate as soon as possible, ideally tonight, because she urgently needed to talk to Clovis Zenoff incognito. The wooden wheels slid and wobbled on the wet road. The rain had turned even the cleanest paths into strips of loose mud that sucked in like quicksand. The girls inside huddled together, pressing close to each other and wrapping themselves in their cloaks. The cold outside was monstrous, and the carriage had no doors, letting in icy, damp air. It turned out that this was not a design feature. It was just that a nervous Pippin slammed the door so hard that it came off and was now ashamed of it. Although Lenya reminded her that she had generously paid the coachman for all expenses. Be that as it may, the protagonist was sincerely glad to get out of the stuffy palace into nature, especially since the first stage of the escape went without a hitch. No one noticed the fugitives. Outwardly, the princess remained completely calm and even relaxed, which could not be said about the maid. The latter did not stop wondering what exactly prompted her mistress to such an adventure. To keep the conversation going, one girl complained out loud about the rain, which seemed like it would never stop, and the other one sullenly agreed with her. From the memoirs of Alice Davy, it becomes known that the flooding of the surrounding area by the Pontus River was only the tip of the iceberg. A much worse disaster was the plague. The main character kept thinking about Rodrigo's words about nature punishing people for violating the balance, and tried to figure out if something could be done about it. The blonde frowned, bit her lip, and closed her eyes, racking her brains. And from the outside, it looked creepy enough that Pippin anxiously asked the lady if everything was okay. The princess did not answer, so absorbed was she in her mental dilemma. In particular, the desire to save Clovis, despite her half-brother's request not to interfere in Zenoff's fate. Deep down, the protagonist understood that the young knight was right and that attempts to deceive the universe would only lead to bad things. But she still considered herself obligated to help her future groom. The main character hunched over, hugged herself tightly, and then closed her eyes and tried to calm down in order to once again soberly evaluate Rodrigo's arguments. Disjointed fragments of her past life appeared before Lenya's eyes. How she kissed her husband under the fireworks, how she gave Clovis chocolate, and how she died from blood loss on the dungeon floor. Alice Davy faced a very difficult task: to understand which tragedies were the work of human hands and whether they could be prevented without harm. and which were the work of higher powers. It was the kind of question that philosophers of all stripes have been struggling with for centuries. But the blonde was going to first determine at least what she could not influence. First of all, it was of course the rain that had been falling over Pontian for many days without interruption. The protagonist was not a deity or some kind of magician to send the clouds away. And of course, the princess could not do anything about the terrible plague. When it starts, it will take many lives. In any case, no matter how people fight it. Here, a new thought flashes like lightning in Lenya's head, and the girl opens her eyes in shock. Even if it is possible to save the sick, then suddenly the same Xenoph cannot be helped to avoid a crippling wound. Tears welled up in the poor princess's eyes. It was very painful for her to realize that any attempts to help others using her knowledge of the future could only lead to even more terrible tragedies. Perhaps a man with a weaker will and determination would have given up at this point and ordered the coachman to return home. But Alice Debbie was not going to stop. She swore to herself that she would do as much good as possible for those around her, no matter how difficult and dangerous it might be, just so as not to regret her wasted life as she had before her rebirth. And the carriage continued to wind between the trees and bushes, carrying its passengers away through the rain and the darkness of the night to the estate of Duke Clovis Xenoph. Meanwhile, in one of the castles of Alice Debbie, two maids were discussing Helen's disappearance. One of them had business with Datrun, but she, as luck would have it, simply disappeared. The second maid suggested that something out of the ordinary had happened that had forced the girl to drop everything and run away. She had even left behind her broom buckets and other tools. The first maid agrees that this sounds convincing, but grumbles that Helen should have at least warned them, and her friend suggests moving lower. Not knowing that the main character was absent, the servants thought that the mistress was simply tired and went to bed early. It would be a sin not to use such an opportunity for idleness. The girls mentioned that the chef recently became so generous that he prepared a pie with plum compote for the rest of the servants and invited them to treat themselves to the delicacy. Naturally, it was beyond their strength to resist such a temptation, so the maids, immediately forgetting about cleaning the palace, went to the kitchen to have dinner. Meanwhile, the mysterious man made his way through different rooms and offices, very quietly, like a shadow, and only the barely audible creak of opening doors gave away the spy. And in his house, Duke Clovis Xenoph was amusing himself lazily tossing another apple, until Valencia finally turned to him, bowing her head respectfully. Unfortunately, the yellow-eyed man was too immersed in his own thoughts to pay attention to the secretary. He only pulled the apple to his mouth, looking into the distance. The situation was awkward, but the matter was urgent and important enough that the receptionist continued to try to reach the boss's mind. It turns out that Lenya Alice Debbie and Pepin have already arrived at the estate, met with Valencia, and asked to tell the young duke that they urgently need to see him. Clovis had never been so shocked in his entire history. The usual calm and mockery instantly disappeared from his face, giving way to endless surprise. Valencia sighed heavily and repeated once more, Princess Pontian, dressed as a servant accompanied by her maid, stands in the rain at the gate and asks for an audience. And the storm had not weakened at all during the time that the protagonist had been riding in the carriage. The once solid ground had turned into vile mud, and because of the veil of gray clouds, it was impossible to tell what time of day it was. Almost stuttering, the brunette awkwardly rose from his chair and noted that it was extremely reckless to travel almost alone in such disgusting weather and over such a distance. The secretary was about to ask whether her master wished to receive the high-born visitor, but before she could finish a few words, Xenoph rushed to the door as fast as he could. Valencia was left alone, feeling incredibly awkward at being slighted, but in the end, she simply muttered, "Okay then," like a sullen child. And the emperor's younger brother Cristiano fled as if his life depended on it. So much did he want to see his prospective bride and find out what was going on. In the hallway of the mansion, Lenya Alice Debbie and Pepin were calmly taking off their traveling cloaks when they heard a strange noise that immediately attracted attention. It was His Highness Clovis, who finally reached the balcony and met the blonde's gaze, while the man was breathing heavily, trying to regain his strength. The man looked at the girl with incredible surprise, his mouth open, his eyes bulging, and small drops of sweat running down his face, which was reddened from the rush. The main character smiled affably at the taken-aback aristocrat and asked if he had a free minute to talk about something. A little time passed, and now the main characters were sitting in a spacious, richly furnished office. But the conversation had not yet begun. Only the large wall clock was ringing in the room. This time, Clovis decided to abandon his usual friendliness and playfulness. He dryly noted in a businesslike manner that Alice Debbie would not have made such a journey without extreme necessity. The girl did not answer this right away. She thought for a long time about how she could enter Xenov's company in order to save him in the future. But it was still difficult to put this into practice. In the end, the blonde lowered her gaze and lied that she came because of the protagonist's long-standing promise to stop her freedom of action even after marriage. If this vow was not false, then the main character was ready to immediately follow her fiancé to the Empire. And now Clovis fell silent for a while, digesting what he had heard. But then the brunette bowed his head to meet Lenia's eyes and asked earnestly if she fully understood what she was saying, because such things were not to be trifled with. The protagonist was not at all embarrassed by this. She behaved very calmly and confidently, confirming that she was ready to go to the Cristiano Empire and become Xenov's wife. Meanwhile, the rain continued to pour, as if some heavenly gardener had decided to walk around the kingdom with a colossal watering can, but had miscalculated the effort. The tension in the office increased a little, and the Duke asked his interlocutor to explain the reasons for her actions. After all, such a change in character looked very suspicious and strange from the outside. Smiling mockingly, the man noted that previously, the princess had not been at all eager to marry him, something she never tired of repeating. Realizing that Clovis would never believe her true motives and that talking about love was useless, the main character decided to lie that she was looking for benefits from their marriage. She needs a protector. That is a man who will respect her personality and talents, and not a chauvinist who sees women simply as a way to have children. It sounded logical, but the protagonist still noted with irony whether the princess had really realized this so suddenly. And the blonde answered without irony that she had. She admitted that Clovis was right in the past. She can't escape from the marriage and moving to a foreign land. The powers that be left the protagonist with no other choice. And since Lenya couldn't defeat this, she decided to take the lead, to agree to the proposal of the young Duke, since it would be the best and most profitable option possible. Closing his eyes and smiling again, the brunette noted that Alice Debbie was acting too boldly and firmly for a person who was in such a desperate situation. Princess Pontiano is not at all embarrassed by this. She replies that there is no point in being afraid, and besides, she will also serve as a shield for her future husband. Lenya promises Clovis that their relationship will be completely mutually beneficial and not one-sided. With her, a man can always count on support. The young Duke grins with satisfaction. He clearly liked what he heard. And then the Imperial admits out loud that Alice Debbie is extremely unpredictable. Bowing his head, the protagonist adds that he will think about this interesting proposal. For now, he was not going to answer the girl with a direct refusal or consent. This was the first time during the entire conversation that the initiative had slipped out of the main character's hands. She had been counting on a quick and easy agreement and had not expected Clovis to decide to play with her. Seeing her excitement and tension, Xenoph noted with a grin that the advantage was now on his side, as if this was a harmless competition and not high politics. The girl was mentally indignant, wondering if the imperialist really thought she was a fool who could be manipulated, but she also blushed terribly. And it was hard to say whether from indignation or attraction to her interlocutor. Naturally, the main character openly enjoyed watching the victim's emotional turmoil. Smiling with all 32 snow-white teeth, he noted that the decision was now his. He pulled the blonde close and lifted her off the ground, proclaiming that no matter the outcome of the negotiations, they would have a great time. But a second later, it turned out that this was just a fantasy. The real Alice Debbie squeezed the hem of her dress tightly, but Clovis was not finished there, not at all. He was ready to accept her offer only on his own terms. Looking at Lenya with a serious and intent gaze, the Duke noted that he would agree to her idea only if she responded with submission to his own plans. Unfortunately, the main character was too excited and agitated to argue or evade, so she meekly asked what these conditions would be. As it turned out, the protagonist wanted to discuss the wedding ceremony first and foremost. He was going to conduct it in the future the way he wanted, without objections. The man had no intention of making any mistakes or reducing the celebration to some bureaucratic banalities. No, he was determined to hold the greatest banquet in the world. To say that Lenya was dumbfounded would be an understatement. She basically couldn't understand why Clovis needed such nonsense, but she couldn't argue with it. Secondly, the protagonist was going to wait a year before the wedding. This way, he would give both himself and Alice Debbie enough time to get to know each other's characters. In addition, the brunette wanted the blonde to spend the night in the Duchess's chambers during the engagement and after the wedding, in his own bedroom, and the poor heroine almost howled in despair. She realized with horror that Zenoff had thought about this for a long time in order to drive the bride into a trap. Overcoming the trembling in her voice, the protagonist noted that the Imperial's conditions did not impose any obligations on her at all, and also that point number 2 actually included several different things. It seemed to her that the Emperor's younger brother Cristiano was simply making fun of her in this way, but Clovis hastily assured her that there was no hint of humor here. In fact, he really sincerely liked Alice Debbie for who she really was, and the man said this out loud so that the woman would finally understand. Lenya listened to this feeling like her heart was about to jump out of her chest and her face was about to burn from terrible embarrassment. No one had ever told her such simple but warm compliments. Duke Zenoff ends his speech by stating that he wants to marry the protagonist, not because she is a princess, but simply because he genuinely likes her. Gently taking her hand and respectfully bowing his head like a knight before the lady of his heart, the brunette assured his chosen one that he would serve her not only as a shield, but also as a sword. Clovis then kisses Alice Debbie's hand tenderly, asking her to never use boring formal titles when addressing him again. Now they can just use their first names. Meanwhile, the rain continued to fall. The sky became completely black, so that now it was impossible to go outside without a flashlight, lest you feel like a blind person. At such a time, people are already preparing to go to bed, but Zenoff and Valencia were still awake. The man gave his assistant the order to prepare for departure to another estate. Unable to contain herself, the receptionist asked if the owner was planning to leave right now, and her surprise could be understood just by looking at the disgusting downpour. Clovis, without even turning to the girl, replied that such was the wish of his bride, as if this fact should perfectly explain any sudden eccentricity. Bowing her head respectfully, Valencia noted that this was a very unusual move, and that she had expected that Mrs. Alice Debbie would want to go to the capital closer to luxury. Since the conversation turned to the main city of the empire, the secretary decided to clarify when the man planned to return, and Zenoff honestly admitted that he would put it off as long as possible. Wearily closing her eyes, as if tired of the whims of a small child, the administrator reminded that since Lenya was now officially Clovis's fiancée, there would be no questions about his absence, although rumors would certainly spread. The protagonist interrupts her, reminding her that he has never been interested in gossip, and Valencia, openly angry, for the first time declares that this is the root of the problem. She reminds us that the Duke has many enemies among the aristocrats, including his own nephew, the heir to the imperial throne. And Zenoff, for all his influence, intelligence and strength, is not immortal. Towards the end, the secretary already a little awkwardly admits that she hoped that the protagonist's chosen one would help at least a little to improve his precarious position at court. But Clovis laughingly reminds him that they had already discussed this. The administrator persists to the last in trying to get her point across to her superiors. She begins a speech that even if Alice Debbie makes every effort to behave like a lady-in-waiting, the result may not be very good. The protagonist cuts off his assistant mid-sentence. He replies that he only wants to see Linnea and no one else by his side, making it clear that he will not take Valencia's words seriously. The unfortunate girl falls into a real prostration from the disdainful way in which her care is treated, although she admits to herself that this was to be expected. Finally, looking closely at the Duke through the transparent lenses of her glasses, the woman asks him why he is so obsessed with Princess Pontiano, what he likes about her. For the first time during the conversation, the brunette looks away from his amber-yellow eyes and answers vaguely, "Can't you see it yourself?" causing a puzzled reaction from his assistant. Zainoff recalls how Alice Debbie held herself throughout the first half of the conversation, how firmly and confidently she admitted that she needed a patron. Out loud, however, Clovis only smirks mockingly and declares that Lenya is the most beautiful girl in the world, as if such a stupid question made him laugh. Unhappy Valencia felt like some kind of buffoon. She takes the situation very seriously, but they only laugh it off. But she suppressed her resentment and wanted to discuss the engagement as well. But the protagonist didn't give the administrator a chance to finish here either. Zainoff only said that the engagement party would be held at the estate, and the secretary would have to organize a feast for the whole world. The woman tried not to show her true emotions, but in fact, she experienced unpleasant feelings. After all, the Clovis she knew never approved of lavish entertainment. Moreover, now the conversation was not even about a wedding, but about an engagement. But Zainoff still intended to celebrate it lavishly, and gave the order to sort this matter out with Pontian. The main highlight of the program, in any case, was supposed to be Linnea. The protagonist especially demanded that his bride shine like a star. Adjusting her glasses, Valencia recalled that before her madness, the younger Alice Debbie was considered the first socialite. But then again, the brunette had always disdained banquets. The secretary bitterly realized that if the gentleman was already starting to fool around, then in the future everything would only get worse. And the Duke, meanwhile, remembered that when concluding a marriage, the dowry plays an important role. The girl explains to Clovis that the dowry is an integral part of the wedding, but part of it is paid in advance when the newlyweds first become engaged. The worried man asked what the Alice Debbie family thought about this, and Valencia awkwardly adjusted her glasses because there was clearly a catch. As it turned out, the rulers of Pontian decided to get their revenge in full at the wedding. As payment for the princess's hand, they demanded an absurdly huge sum. The young imperial aristocrat characteristically did not get angry. He only stated that the government wanted to make money by taking advantage of such a convenient opportunity. The administrator admitted that Pontiano had become downright insolent from greed and apologized for not having sorted out the issue on her own. The main character, however, was not angry at all. On the contrary, he treated it as some kind of fun game, and even began to guess what the most valuable gift the future relatives demanded. The young man correctly names Rodelia as an extremely expensive and efficient ship, so Valencia immediately understands that her master knew this unpleasant news before. Gathering her courage, she was about to suggest some way out of the sticky situation, but Zainoff interrupted his assistant again. To her shock, the guy was ready to easily give up the ship. Of course, Clovis understood perfectly well that this would give outsiders access to a unique trade route, but he was still ready to make such an exchange. And the reason was very prosaic. No material treasure could compare in the eyes of the protagonist with Princess Linnea. For her sake, he would give everything in the world. After this, the action returned to Pontian, to the pink palace of the main character. Usually this beautiful place looked gloomy and eerie due to the ongoing thunderstorm. There was a sound of trampling heavy breathing and a hoarse female scream. For some reason, it was Pippin who was desperately rushing to her mistress with tears in her eyes, as if a tragedy had occurred. Having finally reached the princess, the maid almost fell to her knees in front of her from fear and fatigue, so the main character immediately dropped everything she was doing to figure out what had happened. As it turned out, the reason was Helen Detrun. the very same maid whom the protagonist excommunicated at the beginning of the story, suspecting her of espionage. No, the girl did not commit some other misdeed and did not disappear from the palace without a trace. In fact, she died, and this is precisely what scared Pepin to death. Perhaps the blonde would have reacted more calmly to the death of a random person not connected to her. But this was about Helen, so the younger Alice Davy was struck by lightning. In a past life, the main character received poisoned chocolate from this maid, and she, in turn, received it from the queen. And the fact that Datrun died long before the fateful banquet horrified the princess. Meanwhile, the insane Pippin continued to mumble something about the butler, De Niro, the captain of the palace guards, and at the same time begged the mistress for forgiveness for her carelessness. Sympathetically stroking her friend's head, Lenya asked what the whole thing was about. Why should a maid apologize? And what does the head of the staff have to do with it? As they say, speak of the devil, and here he is. The door to the princess's chambers suddenly swung open, and a whole squad of guards ran in, led by the butler demanding that Pippin be arrested. The brunette cowered in fear, like a mouse at the sight of a hungry cat, while the protagonist, on the contrary, was indignant and demanded an immediate explanation for this intrusion. De Niro said that the poor girl is considered the main suspect in the murder of Helen Datrun, and when asked about evidence, the man replied that it would be found once the investigation began. This answer seriously outraged Alice Davy, and she demanded that the butler immediately provide her with evidence for such vile accusations. The man explains that they have a witness who can confirm Pippin's guilt, but for some reason he cannot name this person. To say that the protagonist didn't like it was a huge understatement. A witness who could have sent her best friend to the chopping block and who she couldn't even look at was nonsense. De Niro, not noticing how much the tension had increased, continued to speak about how the current situation was beyond all bounds, and they hoped for understanding from the princess. Here Lenya interrupted him. In an iron tone, the girl declared that if the situation was so dire, then everyone present was obliged to follow the letter of the law. Alice Debbie ordered the soldiers to be removed, and then this unfortunate witness to be called. The crime had been committed in her house, her maid had been killed, and the suspect was another, so the blonde had the right to receive all the available information. The butler visibly tensed up. He thought that despite her madness, Lenya was very difficult to deal with, but he only agreed out loud and hurried to send the guards away. After some time, a new character appeared in the chambers, a middle-aged woman wearing a maid's uniform who politely introduced herself to the protagonist as Zephyr. The main character recognized her immediately. She was the senior maid of Queen Roanna, and the girl noted with some gloomy satisfaction that of course it couldn't have happened without her mother. Zephyr was not a witness. She allegedly just passed by, saw that the door was open, and considered it necessary to make her contribution by asking what the princess would do if Pippin's guilt was proven. But Lenya refused to give in to these manipulations. Looking intently at the spy, she asked pointedly what kind of evidence of guilt there was, and whether there was any evidence at all that pointed specifically to the brunette. Zephyr answered briefly that yes, and for a moment, Alice Debbie fell silent. Her instincts screamed that things were going badly, but her conscience would not allow her to retreat and abandon her friend. As befits a person of royal blood, the protagonist demanded that she be provided with evidence. If it is really compelling, she will hand over the culprit, but for now, no one will lay a finger on Pippin. Without raising her face, the queen's maid replied only, "Your Highness," like a toy doll that could only say a pre-recorded number of phrases. This genuinely infuriated the main character. In a raised voice, she demanded that those around her provide this damn evidence and witnesses. Some time passed. The storm continued to rage outside the window. People scattered in all directions, but Pippin was still sitting in her mistress's chambers, sad and depressed. The blonde tried to console the poor girl, wiping away the maid's tears with her fingers and assuring her that she, Lenya, did not even doubt her non-involvement in the crime. Hugging her, Alice Davy promised that everything would be fine. No matter how carefully the schemers thought out their idea, the protagonist would definitely find a flaw in it and expose the scoundrels. Along with Rodrigo and Clovis, Pippin was the only person the blonde could truly trust, so the heroine would move mountains to save her. Meanwhile, Roanna, the Queen of Pontian, and a schemer who opposes her own daughter, received the bad news and angrily shouted who gave this order. With her eyes downcast, Zephyr reported that Ludwig, the eldest prince, had organized it, which only angered the queen even more. She demanded an answer regarding the evidence and witnesses. The maid hastened to assure that everything was fine in this regard. A false testimony had already been drawn up, as if Pippin had been seen leaving the chambers of the murdered Helen. But this not only did not calm Roanna down, but also made her even more angry. She smashed a glass on the floor, in a rage scolding her son for violating a direct order to sit quietly and not stir up trouble. After catching her breath a little, the queen asked how this related to the king, and Zephyr assured that the monarch was aware of the situation, after which the villainess assumed that he would ignore everything. The antagonist's thoughts were completely occupied by her eldest son and his prank. The blonde simply could not believe that Ludwig could be such a sneak. In the end, Roanna decided something for herself, after which she briefly addressed her faithful servant, and she, of course, was ready to carry out any order. Looking at the maid with a scorching gaze of ruby-red eyes, the queen declared that if the situation had developed in this way, it was necessary to act immediately. Queen Pontian wanted to be informed the following day that Pépin's guilt had been fully proven, so she was sentenced to imprisonment as planned. In another place and time, Rodrigo was perplexed when he heard Lenia's plans. She had just decided to tell her half-brother about her decision to move to the Empire, as her parents insisted. The girl calmly explains that she has no other choice. The king intends to send his daughter abroad for treatment at any cost, even if it requires using dark magic. But the young knight immediately understands that the reason for such an act is completely different, and began to persuade the protagonist not to do something like this for his sake. The main character interrupts Rodrigo, explaining that this is not the issue. She simply could not get his words out of her head that you cannot change the fates of the people around you. But Alice Debbie wanted to do at least something for Duke Clovis. He was doomed anyway, but let at least the last years of his life be spent in a happy marriage. The blonde sighed heavily, realizing that he would not be able to argue with his cousin on this issue, and so he limited himself to asking what she was going to do about this move. The princess moves back slightly, revealing Pippin standing behind her, and says that she needs to prove the maid's absence in the palace at the time of the murder in order to save her from unjust punishment. Rodrigo's eyes widened in shock. He immediately understood what plans the main character had in mind for this, and he considered them to be beyond all reasonable limits. But the protagonist did not give her cousin the opportunity to challenge her decision. She simply presented him with the fact that she was going to tell those around her about her escape to Duke Zainoff. The young warrior rubbed his face and admitted that no matter how good it sounded, the justification was shaky in any case, so the heroine needed some kind of witness. Alice Debbie couldn't help but think Clovis was definitely the best option. After all, she had escaped from the palace to meet him without witnesses. And then, for the first time in the entire conversation, Pépin intervened. The maid timidly reminded the lady that in addition to the imperial aristocrat, they had another witness. The blonde turned to her friend in shock, wondering what kind of person they could possibly be talking about if they had made every effort to maintain secrecy. But after a few seconds, the protagonist gets it and lets out a triumphant cry. With this argument, the scales have finally tipped in their favor. Some time passed. A terrible storm continued to rage outside the window of the Pink Palace, and a mysterious voice announced that since everyone had gathered in a certain room, the interrogation could begin. The butler showed the assembled group a vial of purple liquid and announced that it was the poison that Pippin had used to kill Helen de Trun, and that this evidence had been found during the search of her room. In addition, the man could provide the public with a witness who would prove the brunette's guilt. And finally, the time came for the girl to identify herself and tell what she saw. It turned out to be Duna Romano, the maid who, along with her friend, had been cleaning the corridors the previous night before running off to enjoy the chef's pie. Bowing respectfully and stuttering a little from excitement, the maid explained that she had cleaned one of the floors together with the deceased the previous night. But Lanya interrupted the servant with a question as to whether they had done it together. Romano was quick to explain that this was not the case. Together with another maid, Marion, she was cleaning the right side of the room, while Helen was cleaning the left until she disappeared. According to Duna, at some point, she got distracted, and when she turned around, Datron disappeared into thin air, and Alice Davy, glaring at the witness, demanded to know what time it happened. The girl admitted that she did not remember the exact time, but it all happened before dinner and after the princess lied to those around her that she was going to bed early. Of course, the other maids quickly noticed the disappearance of their colleague, but at first they did not attach much importance to it. But when Helen did not come to dinner, Romano thought that she was unwell and began to look for her. The princess again demanded to know the time, and Duna said that when she saw Pepin leaving the deceased's room, the bell rang, warning of the approach of midnight. The witness added that at first she didn't think anything terrible. It seemed to her that the head maid was the first to decide to check out her subordinate, and then it was time for Lenya to make her move. She asked those around her what they thought about the suspect's possible absence from the palace at midnight, and De Niro asked in surprise what that meant. The main character calmly explains that it is not only the accusing side that has witnesses. The princess is also able to provide a person who can justify Pepin, and the time has come for him to appear. The butler said nothing, but he tensed up slightly. The carefully prepared performance was beginning to fall apart at the seams. The initiative was slipping out of the hands of the conspirators. The coachman, Andre, a gray-bearded, bald old man who felt very uncomfortable and creepy in the company of high-born persons, slowly entered the hall, his shoulders drawn into his head. With a slightly slurred voice, he announced that he had served those two ladies, that is Alice Davy and Pepin, the previous evening, which caused De Niro to burst into a silent rage. After this, Princess Pontienne triumphantly announced that both sides now had witnesses, so the impromptu trial could continue. The coachman began his story by explaining that the previous night, when the main character and her faithful maid were getting into his carriage, Pippin accidentally slammed the door so hard that it broke off. One of those gathered asked where this happened, and the old man explained that he met the girls in an area called Hebranza 24. The coachman also added that because of the heavy rain, he decided to take the shortest known route. If he had chosen the road that was usually used by people who didn't know the area well, he would have certainly gotten stuck in the mud. One of those gathered asked how much Andre had received as compensation for the broken door, and the man, even more embarrassed, named the sum of 10 gold coins. Alice Debbie didn't miss the opportunity to poke fun at De Niro. As the person in charge of the investigation, he should have taken Pippin's testimony, and that money was also mentioned there. With a gloomy face, the butler admitted that he had read the suspect's testimony, and then changed the subject, asking the main character which way she had left the palace. The blonde calmly replies that she used the eastern gate, and the man, barely hiding his glee, retorts that the guards swear that no one entered or left. With her arms folded across her chest, the protagonist calmly explains that yes, no one nominally left the palace, but the guards would never admit otherwise after receiving a generous bribe. De Niro couldn't refute such an argument, and Lenya, in order to further anger him, directly says that if the corruption of the royal guards becomes public knowledge, he, as the head of all servants, will have big problems. In order to somehow save face and regain the initiative, the man demands that the main character name the bribe takers, and then directly accuses her of hindering an honest and fair investigation with her ridiculous accusations. The butler was about to take a ride on the coachman Andre, but Alice Davy, with a sweet smile, interrupted him with the question, "Don't you think that I bribed him?" thereby hinting that certain limits should not be crossed. The man sighs mentally and admits that he knew how difficult it would be, but out loud he only replies that he didn't mean anything like that. He simply can't believe the words of some old man on the street either. Then the protagonist lazily looks away and asks a clarifying question whether the maid Duna Romano is the only witness for the prosecutors. The unfortunate maid wanted to sink into the ground from shame and fear, and Alice Debbie reminded the butler that he was accusing the daughter of an aristocrat and a close friend of a royal person of a terrible crime, based on the murky assertion of one girl. The mask of calm and dignity finally left De Niro's face. He looked at his opponent as if he dreamed of finishing her off, fully understanding that he had finally lost control of the situation. What Princess Pontiano said next was only the final nail in the coffin of the intrigues of Ludwig's followers. The defense had another witness, in addition to the coachman Andre. Readers are slowly shown how this man walks through the corridors and opens the door to the makeshift courtroom. First, a black boot is visible, then a hand hidden under expensive clothing. Naturally, it was Duke Clovis Zenoff, the protagonist's fiancé and ally. He appeared extremely effectively, having previously put on an expensive black and blue uniform. It seemed as if fireworks were going off in the room. The brunette looked so dazzling and magnificent, but he himself looked only at the main character smiling as he informed her that he had finally arrived. The blonde embraced the imperial aristocrat by the hand, her face shining with joy, after which she announced to those around her that he was not only the second witness to Pepin's innocence, but also the future husband of Princess Pontian. While Clovis grinned triumphantly, Lenya explained with feigned awkwardness that she was ashamed to admit it, but last night she had run away from home to meet her fiancé and had taken the maid with her as an escort. Taking one last look at the silent De Niro, the protagonist ordered him to find the true culprit of Helen Detrun's death and bring him to trial, as if Pipin's innocence had already been proven beyond a doubt. Some time passed, but the rain still showed no signs of stopping. It seemed as if this poisonous weather would continue until all the land was underwater. Left alone, the main character wanted to thank Clovis for his help, but the latter stopped her. He hadn't really done anything and was sincerely glad to be useful. Then Lenya tried to explain to him that she was very grateful that he had agreed to come. After all, a lot really depended on Zenoff's actions. But the brunette did not let his daughter-in-law finish speaking. He noted that the latter was acting as if she was ready to leave at any moment, and praised her for her caution and attentiveness, causing the blonde to blush with embarrassment. The princess shook her head, hastening to explain that everything was wrong, but she was interrupted again. The young duke asked not to treat him like some kind of stranger, and insisted that he really had done nothing except come. Alice Debbie reminded them that it was this visit that helped them justify Pepin, which already means a lot, and then the man finally cast aside his false modesty, admitting that he was well-versed in spectacular appearances. To thank the protagonist, the main character asked him to stay for dinner, adding that the new chef of the Pink Castle knows his business perfectly. It didn't take long before readers were shown a table bursting with sumptuous dishes, on which was everything that a lover of eating to the point of satiety could wish for. The main characters sat on opposite sides of a long table, and the atmosphere, contrary to expectations, was quite tense, as if after a serious quarrel. As it turned out, the young people simply did not know what to talk about after the problem was solved, so there was awkwardness in the room. The princess could not even eat because of this. In the end, Clovis decided to take the initiative into his own hands. He gently asked Lenya if she had thought about his proposal, and if so, what her final answer would be. The protagonist looked away. She still felt very awkward talking about it, so it took the girl some extra time to pull herself together. The younger Alice Debbie clutched the edges of her scarlet dress in her excitement, but eventually admitted that she would not be able to refuse her future husband. In any case, something he already knew very well. Having answered with satisfaction that he would consider this as consent, the brunette finally began to eat. As befits an aristocrat, he carefully speared a piece of food on his fork and pulled it to his mouth. Having chewed the meat thoroughly, the man warned his interlocutor that he wanted to hold the engagement ceremony as soon as possible and not put it off for a long time. As much as Lenya was used to holding her own in the nasty court intrigues, she was equally at a loss during romantic communication with Clovis. So she could only timidly ask how long they were talking about, deciding to herself that it would be somewhere in a month or two. Resting his chin on his palm, Zenoff simply replies that tomorrow would suit him just fine, provided, of course, that Alice Davy herself agrees. The princess blushed so much that her face was the color of a tomato, after which she lowered her gaze and modestly admitted that she too would like to get this over with quickly. Looking at her intently, as if trying to hypnotize her with his amber-orange eyes, the imperial aristocrat asks when the girl will be ready. Of course, the protagonist could not withstand such psychological pressure. From embarrassment circles swam before her eyes, although she found the strength to notice that the Duke was in a terrible hurry for some reason. Suddenly, the princess remembers the following. In the land of Medrian, which borders Ludvia, there are military operations, and since this territory is part of Adlan, the possessions of the Zenoffs, the conclusion is obvious. However, this did not make the guess any less terrifying. The main character knows very well that his lands are now drowning in blood, violence, and fire, and therefore wants to quickly announce his relationship with his beloved. As the head of the Cristiano Empire's troops, and a knight, Clovis will be required to personally appear on the battlefield to restore order, and will most likely receive that very terrible wound from the enchanted sword, so the blonde will have to hurry to save him. Having finally recovered from her terrible embarrassment, the protagonist tells the main character that she is not at all against holding the engagement ceremony outside her native kingdom, and that she does not need the ceremony as such. The Imperial easily agrees that if his daughter-in-law does not wish to spend any more time in Pontiano, then they can go to Ludvia to confirm their relationship. Alice Debbie was about to say something else, but absent-mindedly addressed her interlocutor as His Highness, and Zenoff corrected her, reminding her that she had promised to address him simply as a close person. By agreeing to call him simply Clovis, the girl reminded him that she respected the wishes of her future husband, but he in turn must take into account the requests of the bride. The man playfully narrowed his eyes, like a fencer who had an interesting opponent in a duel, and he asked the woman to tell him about these wishes. And first of all, Lenya announced that as soon as she left the territory of Pontiano, having gone to live in the Empire, she would no longer be considered the princess of Alice Davy, which meant that the brunette would not have to fulfill the requests of her family. Her mother, Queen Roanna, and her older brother, Crown Prince Ludwig, are both greedy, insatiable scoundrels, so Zenoff must never agree to even the most innocuous request from them. This demand seriously surprised the Duke. After all, when two noble families got married, they also entered into an alliance, so services and requests were something that went without saying. Literally beaming with self-confidence, the emperor's younger brother announced that he was obliged to pay a magnificent dowry so that everyone could see how competent and rich he was. The blonde thought gloomily that this was the problem. Her relatives were by nature greedy parasites who would suck the juices out of those around them as long as possible. But she didn't say it out loud, and instead decided to move on to the second wish right away, since Clovis was having such trouble fulfilling the first request. However, the second point was even more shocking than the first. Firmly looking straight into Zenoff's eyes, the protagonist asked him never to interfere in the affairs of the rest of the Alice Davy, no matter what the conversation was about, and no matter what they promised in return. Any interference would only make things worse, and the rain, which had been falling non-stop for many days over Pontian, finally stopped. The stars and a huge full moon shone in the night sky. But the inhabitants of the royal palace were not yet ready to go to bed. In the throne room, the herald announced to the monarch that Princess Lenya had arrived for an audience. As befits a proper princess, the main character slowly, with a sense of her own dignity, entered the room, after which she respectfully greeted her parent and bowed. When the formality was over, the girl raised her head and looked at her father with warmth and a smile. as if they were ordinary people who loved each other and there were no quarrels between them. The older man asked suspiciously why the younger Alice Debbie had come to him in the middle of the night. This was not her habit, to put it mildly. The protagonist began by agreeing to fulfill the king's long-standing order, as he demanded she would go to the Cristiano Empire together with the Grand Duke Zainov. His Majesty was sincerely surprised by such a quick agreement. He clearly expected opposition scandals and intrigues until the very end, but then everything was resolved so quickly. Then Lenya explained that she had discussed this issue with her future husband. Since all persons of royal blood are under constant surveillance, she agreed with her father's arguments, would go to the empire, and there for a year would treat her psyche under the supervision of a great priest. From the king's point of view, all this sounded so good that it seemed almost fiction. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and only asked when the main character's engagement would take place. Beaming with delight, Alice Debbie explained that she would soon leave with Clovis for Ludvia, where the ceremony would take place in 15 days. And after that, the blonde would stay to live in the new place. And the monarch was no longer happy about this. Such actions were not appropriate for a noble lady who would in the future occupy the position of Grand Duchess. But the ruler did not have time to finish his speech. With a smile on her face, Lenya admits that she will go to live in a small estate in a remote province to protect herself from anyone who wants to take advantage of her, including her father. The man said nothing, only looked at the girl with sincere sadness, but it was difficult to say what exactly upset the king, that his own daughter was so afraid of him, or that a great lever for political pressure was slipping out of his hands. In the end, the younger Alice Debbie asked the elder for one last favor, to help find the scoundrel who had killed her maid, Helen Detron, and because of whom Pippin almost died. Soon, a new day arrived, sunny and warm, as if there had never been those dismal rains that threatened to gradually flood the unfortunate kingdom. The princess looked at the white stone city, seething with life, with a happy smile. Despite all the fears, the Pont Dam, which had been repaired in time, withstood the tide, so there was no flood, as in the old life. Unfortunately, a much more terrible disaster soon occurred. The river Tia flowed near Pontiano, and since it flowed into the sea, its floods were usually very small. Because of this, people were not prepared for the fact that it could spill much further. As a result, many more people died than from the flood of Pontus to the rebirth of the main characters. And such was the bitter irony that all the dead turned out to be survivors of the Battle of Tia, which was won thanks to the valor of Rodrigo. Reflecting on this, the main character explained the pattern to herself. The collapse of the Pont Dam before reincarnation occurred because people did not check the condition of the building for too long, so the catastrophe had nothing to do with nature or higher powers. On the other hand, a serious epidemic was about to begin due to the Tia spill, and the protagonist was tormented by doubts about whether she could somehow influence this disaster. But the blonde quickly decided that even if she couldn't prevent the disaster, she would at least reduce the number of victims to a minimum, after which she turned to Pippin with a question. Her father, Baron Diaphon, should soon go to the flooded region, right? Having heard an affirmative answer, the heroine asks to tell the aristocrat not to drink the local water without thorough purification, but the maid assures that everything will be fine. Lenya and Rodrigo have allocated enough funds for her father to work. In addition, the Baron would be personally inspecting the restoration process. So many reports were expected from him in the near future. But Alice Debbie was still worried and tried to do everything possible to reduce the number of victims of the diseases. This time, the usually cool and stoic princess allowed her true emotions to show on her face, and the faithful Pippin immediately noticed that her mistress was feeling uneasy. After some thought, the brunette noted out loud that her mistress had changed a lot, and the protagonist asked in surprise whether they were talking about her modest person. The head maid admitted that before the main character thought only about outfits, banquets, and fun, but now she can't find a place for herself because of various worries. From Pippin's point of view, the imminent engagement and the need to manage the groom's lands could be to blame for this. In response, Lenya shakes her head and explains that after marriage, she will not do anything. No administrative red tape, no balls or visits. The maximum will be attendance at official receptions of important visitors. To say that this astonished the maid would be an understatement. She was about to ask her mistress how she could do such a thing, but Alice Debbie interrupted her, informing her that this issue had already been settled with Clovis himself. Putting her hand on her heart and looking soulfully at her interlocutor, Lenya explained that she wanted to lead a quiet and comfortable life as a beloved wife without shocks, worries, and needs. If such a speech had been given by a girl from a lower class, it would have sounded very sincere and natural. But the main character was already a princess and had spent almost her entire life in luxury. So Pippin almost dropped her jaw from such dreams. The protagonist then critically examined her things, numerous rings and earrings, bracelets, and dozens of colorful dresses, after which she decided to sell them at the market, giving the people the last gift from the crazy princess. At this, the girl again dramatically put her hand to her chest like an actress on stage. But a few seconds later, another maid entered Alice Debbie's bedroom with the news that they had brought Duna Romano, who had testified against Papin. The green-eyed brunette tenses up slightly and then timidly turns to the lady, but she only smiles with an emphatically happy and carefree grin, as if trying to convince her confidant that nothing terrible will happen. Whatever Lenya had planned for the guilty maid, she was not going to give it up, so she only assured her faithful assistant that she would return soon and left the room in the reflections of the setting sun. After this, the action moves to one of the white stone estates belonging to the imperial Duke Clovis. The brunette was in his office and warned his assistants that they would return to Ludvia the following week. Elton, one of Xenoph's trusted secretaries and assistants, was taken aback. He did not expect that the gentleman would order the move to be announced so soon, and was perplexed as to what Valencia would do in such a case. The receptionist, modestly lowering her gaze, explained to her less experienced colleague that she would remain in the estate, as had happened many times before. But the protagonist interrupted the secretary, explaining that this time he would take her with him too. This caused the usually calm and serious girl almost the same shock as the unfortunate Elton. Apparently, this whim of the young aristocrat completely went against the previously established plans. Valencia tried to explain to her boss that she was doing a lot of vital work, overseeing the functioning of the estate, being responsible for relations with Pontian, and so on. But the protagonist calmly suggested that she delegate this to Eric, her successor. The administrator was against it, but the main character retorted that her protege would be able to hold out for 6 months, and then gave orders to Elton to go to the imperial palace, convey the news of the engagement, and warn that the newlyweds would not be able to come due to the bride's illness. The poor guy didn't have time to follow his boss's train of thought. He dumped so much shocking information on him that the red-haired secretary could only make senseless sounds in a futile attempt to ask clarifying questions. Moreover, in exchange, Clovis was going to hand over his plot on the island of Apina to the Empire, explaining that there was nothing useful left for him there anyway, so it was not a pity to part with it. The servants were even more stunned and literally grabbed their heads. After all, the nobility usually does not throw away territories, even completely useless ones. And on that island, the Duke, among other things, also owned a mine. Xenoph calmly replies that he doesn't care. Relatives can take anything they want, from coal to precious metals and diamonds. And the secretaries finally fall into despair, deciding that their master has gone crazy, throwing away his savings for the sake of Alice Debbie. The brunette reminds him that he is still a duke, so his wealth is immeasurable, and that the most important thing now is to quickly settle all matters before moving to Ludvia. The protagonist notes that the situation in Medrian is heating up, and the administrator admits that this is true. She was monitoring Dylan's movements at the request of Baron Ophil. The girl clarifies that the roots of the disorder go to the imperial family. Feuds are clearly beginning between the princes, and the beginning of a civil war is not far off. Valencia adds that the eldest son, Prince Nip, is most like his father, and if rumors are to be believed for these reasons, his father cannot stand him. Clovis Zenoff wisely notes that he can imagine it. Those in power, especially those who are insidious, vile fear more than anything else, those who are in some way similar to them. Such people usually believe that similar individuals share all their shortcomings, constantly expecting to be stabbed in the back because they themselves did the same. So the main character decides to get as much information about Nip as possible. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, a loud slap was heard. Roanna, Queen of Pontian, gave her son Ludwig such a slap in the face that his head almost fell off his shoulders. The blonde looked at his mother in rage. It seemed that he was ready to strangle his parent with his bare hands, if he could remain unpunished after that. Overcoming his rage, the old prince wanted to say something in his defense, but the queen was so angry that she did not allow him to even get a word in. She simply could not believe that Ludwig had done such a stupid thing. The young man cast another venomous glance at Roanna, but ultimately bowed his head insincerely, asking for forgiveness for his mistake and admitting the error of his actions. As it turned out, the reason for the quarrel between mother and son was the incident with Pepin. The queen could not believe that her child was so stupid as to implement his plan without making sure that Lenya was present in the palace, and the young man admitted that he had been stupid. But besides this, the queen could not understand why Ludwig used such a complex intrigue. If he so wanted to separate his hated sister from her assistant, he could have simply ordered the brunette to be killed. Smiling coldly and rubbing his reddening cheek, the antagonist admitted that his real target was not Pippin at all. In fact, the prince wanted to eliminate Helen Dietrich because the woman had threatened him. Roanna's eyes widened in shock. The deceased maid had served her for a long time before this, so the queen could not even imagine that she was capable of posing a threat to her beloved offspring. At the same time, Ludwig, trying to maintain as cool a tone of voice as possible, explained that Helen had learned information that he had tried his best to hide from those around him. Here, the eldest prince, unable to restrain himself, added a caustic mockery, telling his mother that she should have managed her maid better, and the woman, grimacing angrily, replied that this was shamelessness, and it was difficult to say what angered her more, Dietrich's infidelity or her son's insolence. Shifting from foot to foot, the blonde, still keeping his cool, asks his mother if she knew that it was Helen who dared to demand the throne from the heir, like a disgusting parasite, swollen with gluttony and greed. Queen Pontian Roanna said nothing yet. She was watching her offspring's words and actions very intently, still unable to believe that Dietrich, one of her trusted maids, dared to repay her benefactress with a knife in the back. The antagonist paused, as if wanting his mother to feel his own tension as much as possible, after which he finally gave an answer. Helena tried to blackmail Ludwig for a huge sum of money, so the eldest prince decided to finish off the greedy scoundrel